What is up, Endgame fan? We're back for day two, night two. It's second, third round, the NFL draft, round one in the books. And let's see, this is where it really gets interesting because let's face it, round one, you know pretty much who's going to get taken. There were really no major shocks yesterday. We're going to see, I'm guessing, some more twists and turns in day two. And you know what? Might actually see more than just Notre Dame running backs taken. Might see more than two guys who are fantasy relevant, more than one tight end. And we did see a few receivers, but we're going to see some more that we don't know exactly where they're going to go and where they're going to land. So do you expect that it's going to be kind of like yesterday where it's pretty much by the books, or do you think we see any shocking developments?
I think we'll see some shocking developments. We always do here. Certainly, we'll see more running backs tonight, more wide receivers, some tight ends. It'll be interesting to see where these guys go. So I'm very curious to see that the Cardinals have the second pick of this round. I'm very curious to see what they do with that pick.
Yeah, that was one of the, I guess, not shocks, because several people had it mocked that either the Cardinals or the Titans at 3 or 4 would go Jeremiah Love. I'm kind of surprised. I can't say shocked because, some people expected this and I saw it and I didn't want to believe it, but there it is. But anyways, let's see what happens here right now. No picks have been made, just kicked off. And the 49ers are on the clock because the 49ers did not want to pick yesterday. They refused to pick in the first round. They got the first pick of the second round.
Yeah, and apparently they were trying to trade this pick all day, but weren't able to. So they're gonna go ahead and make the pick here.
They just don't want draft picks. Period. Just get rid of them. I don't know why.
I mean, they could go many directions here for sure. The only direction I don't want them to go is wide receiver.
I wouldn't think after getting Mike Evans that they need wide receiver this early. I mean, you could always use more. Not like Mike Evans is the youngest, but still, Ricky Pearsall, I don't know. It's possible he plays, more than a couple games. And then you never know. Crazy things happen. What about Juwan Jennings? What's the plan for him now?
I mean, isn't he still a free agent? He didn't sign. He's still a free agent, isn't he?
That's why I'm wondering, like, what's happening with him, because I haven't heard anything either way. I don't think he's coming back, but yeah, we'll see. I guess they could use a receiver, but I don't know. Well, what else do they need? What's an area of need for 49ers team that's always loaded, but just injuries basically what's been keeping them back?
Yeah, I think they need some secondary help. I think they need offensive line help a little bit. Not that the offensive line was bad. And Trent Williams is coming back, but he's getting up there in age. Like you got to always worry, like, how many games are you getting out of Trent Williams?
That's true. And I don't think any team in the entire league that could not use offensive line help, because even if you have a good one, you could always use reinforcements. So, but there were several O-linemen taken, especially toward the second part of last night. So I just don't know where the value is at right now. And I say that because I really don't know, because I don't follow offensive lineman rankings too closely. I care about the fantasy stuff, but we'll see. But yeah, I actually forgot too. They got not just Mike Evans, but they got Christian Kirk. The Niners did. So they got 2 veterans. They got Pearsall. I can't think that that's their most pressing need right now. But
no, certainly not their most pressing need.
They still got George Kittle if he ever plays a full season.
Yeah, we'll see. Remember, he's coming off Achilles, so we don't know how many games he's going to miss. Probably you got to think he's going to miss a significant part of the season.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see. It's going to be interesting as always. See what these teams throw at us. Obviously, there's nobody they covet. They've been trading down and trying to trade down. So you got to think that means best available, and whatever the best available is right now. It might be somebody in the secondary. Still got McCoy is available. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Got 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Yeah, that's my guess. He'll just go best available here.
All right. So while we wait, this is a good time now that you had a good night's sleep to think about it, mull it over. Your dreams were filled with draft boards and rankings. And you're like, now that you've had time to mentally digest it, what's your reflection on yesterday as far as the fantasy relevant players, receivers? We already know there's only 2 running backs taken.
Yeah, I'm still pretty torn between Tate, Tyson, and Lemon. I think that those guys are going to be very, very close for me. It's like Tate, the wide receiver 1 in his offense, Tyson, Lemon, the wide receiver 2s, but I would argue they're in better offenses. So that's gonna be very close for me. I was thinking more about Jeremiah Love, and this just feels like Ashton Genty 2.0, right? Like he's going to a team that's probably going to be a bad offense, going to be a horrible offensive line. And we saw that with Genty last year. Like, Genty wasn't bad. Like, if you had drafted Genty in, say, like round 3 or round 4, you probably would have been fine with Genty. But, when you're using a late first, early second on a guy, that's not good. And I mean, like, why would it be any? And also, the other difference between Love and Genty is Genty basically played every snap for the Raiders because they didn't have any other running backs. The Cardinals have other running backs. And, there's some thought that maybe they'll trade Connor, maybe they'll trade Benson. I mean, maybe they will, but if you're going to trade Connor, why did you even restructure his deal to bring him back? You could have just let him walk in free agency. So, I don't know. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one. I think the wide receivers, Tate, Tyson, Lemon, it's going to be very hard for me to really single one out. I know I'm going to do a ton of best ball drafts, and I'm probably going to just draft all 3 of those guys a bunch.
Mixed match.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be close, I think, for me between Tate and Lemon. I think those 2 are going to be the most. I got Tyson 3rd. I'm not a distant 3rd, but I just think he's 3rd. Because, like you said, he's going to be the number 2 in his offense, just like Lemon is. But the Eagles are a better offense, and and Lemon's just a little bit more polished receiver coming into the league. And he doesn't have a ton of injury concerns. So I just think go Lemon between those 2. But I really don't think there's a huge difference in general. So like you said, if you're doing a best ball draft, maybe it just comes down to who falls to you,
Exactly. Well, the 49ers pick is in, and they did go wide receiver. Not one I would have expected. I don't hate this wide receiver, Deshaun Stribbling out of Ole Miss.
Wow, as the 2.1.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to go this high.
No.
I always kind of give the 49ers a benefit of the doubt when it comes to wide receivers, but
well, yeah, not what I would have expected. Here's the thing, he played in the SEC, obviously talented physically. He is not, and anybody who's watching here, you watch us enough, where you believe in Matt Harmon and his processes for receivers. He is not a fan of Stribbling. In fact, just look at the chart. I mean, sure, I know you've seen it. Yeah. His success rate by route, it's filled with red. Filled with red. Just the slants and the screens. He was really good at those. He wasn't very good at separating on anything else. So this feels like a one-trick pony, kind of like MVS type to me.
Yeah, I mean, again, I want to give the 49ers benefit of the doubt when it comes to wide receivers, but it just feels like there are better wide receivers on the board still.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. I don't know. You want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't mean they're always going to hit. They're not like 100% success rate. I don't know. Boston's still on the board, isn't he? I love Chris Bell. I think he's going to be a stud. I definitely would have taken him, especially for a team that doesn't need him to come in right away and be a number 1 guy. They can afford to take someone coming off injury and developing him a little bit. I just think that makes a lot more sense. But yeah, Stribbling, I don't know. This feels like a reach.
Yeah, feels like a reach. I know people are probably going to get excited about him now because he's on the 49ers, but I don't know. I think he's going to stay pretty low in my rankings. I mean, he wasn't my least favorite wide receiver. And I it's good because, again, he's another one of those guys, like, even though he's a bigger wide receiver, I feel like he needs to be a power slot at the NFL level. Like, I don't feel like he's going to succeed on the outside, but they have Mike Evans to do that. So, you know, maybe they can manufacture touches and things for him, but yeah, this doesn't move the needle a whole lot for me, unfortunately.
No, let's face it, regardless of what you think of, Pearsall or Christian Kirk, he's going to be the number 4 guy right there in terms of target share. And then whatever, even if it's Jake Tonjes, he's going to get more targets than Stribbling. I don't know. I see very little fantasy value for redraft. I see none, honestly, just none. Just not worth drafting.
All right, the Cardinals drafted guard, which they pretty much had to do. I mean, you can't but I feel like so many offensive linemen have gone that you're just taking offensive linemen because you need offensive linemen, but we'll see.
Well, it's supposed to be a good one. Played at A&M. They had a really strong offensive line. So a smart move. Better pick.
I mean, you have to. Because what's the point of drafting a running back when you can't block?
Exactly. Well, Cardinals just made that pick. Let's go back to the Cardinals. And a lot of people agreed with, my opinion. This is just good player, but it's way too high. Didn't need him. The other needs. This just feels like, it's been a while, but this is just one of those picks. You know how some franchises just can't get it right? And I don't mean get it right like you made the bad pick, like it's the wrong player. You just can't get the most out of them. You can't develop that player. Like, you're taking really good players, and because of where they landed, like, you just know they're not going to at least fulfill their expectations, like live up to what they could have been. I mean, think about it. Marvin Harrison Jr., but he won the Biletnikoff, first of all. And then but he was, I mean, really, by far, we already knew the number 1 receiver in that class, and he's just been okay. Like Kyler Murray, number 1 pick, he's just been okay. I mean, these guys are kind of looking like busts. I feel like this is exactly what we're getting from Jeremiah Love. Like, he's just not going to live up to his potential because he's in Arizona, No,
I totally agree. And again, I compare it to like Ashton Genty last year. Like, Ashton Genty was okay, right, for fantasy, but I don't think anybody that drafted Ashton Genty was happy at the end of the year they drafted Ashton Genty, and I think that's how you're going to feel about Love, at least in year 1. Like,
yeah, just I don't know, just something, that offense. I guess the only exception, I guess, is Trey McBride, the tight end. I mean, he has lived up to expectations, but pretty much everyone else. I mean, even the later 2nd, 3rd, 4th round picks, Trey Benson's kind of been a dud. Remember Rondale Moore?
I remember well. Yeah,
he was one of their top picks a couple years ago. Andy Isabella, that guy. Remember everyone was crazy for him.
Andy Isabella. Oh man, there's a name.
Let's not forget. Let's just end it with, who can forget Josh Rosen, the Rosen one.
Yes. Oh boy.
Just saying, there's some franchises that it's like where fantasy players go to die, and I feel like Arizona's sort of one of them, but
yep. All right, so Bills, I'm not sure if Andrea is on, but Bills finally made a pick. They took a edge rusher, which makes sense.
All right. Actually made a draft pick. All right. Let's see who is on. Is on. Royland is up. What's up, Royland? Yes, finally feels like football. Really wish you grabbed Downs and KC. I wonder how you feel about your pick. They moved up to get their guy, Delane at corner. I mean, it feels like a good pick. I think it was fine. KC did pretty strong first round.
Yeah, I mean, they had 2 picks. How often do we see KC get 2 picks in the first round?
Yeah, and they filled needs. So he's asking, which RBs are you looking forward to for tonight? It's hard to say exactly who we think is going to go when, because there really is no consensus as far as the running backs, because it's like nobody stands out after the two Notre Dame guys. I think we'll probably see, I don't know, Mike Washington, Jonah Coleman, maybe. I don't even know if either of the Penn State guys go today. I think more like tomorrow. What running backs? Well, I guess is there a running back you're looking forward to seeing drafted, maybe round 2? And who do you expect to get drafted today?
I think we can see Jonah Coleman. I think we can see Emmett Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
I actually kind of like Jamari Taylor. I feel like in today's NFL, because he's about 199 pounds. But one thing, it's kind of like, not that I'm comparing him to Bucky Irving, but one thing Bucky Irving did really well when I watched him, which I didn't expect, was he was really good at running through contact and breaking tackles, and we've seen that translate to the NFL. Jamari Taylor is really good at that, but he's also a good pass catcher, so I kind of want to see where he goes. I think he has the potential, like some upside here, but not a lot for running backs, that's for sure. And we did just have a trade, so the Texans are now on the clock. They traded up with the Raiders, and they're taking defensive tackle Caden McDonald.
Interesting. Texans looking for help on the defense because, Miko Ryans. That must have been a guy they coveted. So there you go. As far as running back, I really don't think we're going to see that many taken. I mean, round 2, honestly, there's no guarantee that there is a running back that's going to go even at all in round 2, honestly. I like Emmett Johnson. Out of all the remaining running backs, I think I like Emmett Johnson the best. And then the next guy for me would be Mike Washington. He's one I think is kind of interesting. But I really think that some of the more productive running backs are going to be some of these, like you said, Bucky Irving types, the later ones, 4th, 5th round picks who have a chance and make the most of it. The guy, my favorite sleeper, who I definitely don't expect to go tonight, is Le'Veon Moss from A&M. Kind of like what he brings to the table. But it's not a good class for running backs. It just really isn't.
No, definitely not a good class for running backs.
Mm-hmm. Antonio Betancourt is trying to listen in at work. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, they did. The Niners took a receiver, and it's not the one that anybody expected. It's Deshaun Stribbling from Ole Miss. Feels a little reachy, but that's who they wanted. They had all night to think about it. And
yep, that's true.
They had their pick. They could have picked any other receiver, and that's who they picked. So that's obviously what they thought was best for their system. I mean, I guess in a sense, I almost feel, but again, this is the 2.1. Like, you should just go best player available, I would think. But it's almost like they're trying to see who fits, because Evans, like the true X, and then Kirk is like the slot guy, pure slot. And then they still have Pearsall, can move around. I feel like this is their Z. They want basically a guy to be a field stretcher, right? Like, just run really fast.
Yep.
I don't know. Is that really the first pick of the second round? That's what you're doing?
I mean, apparently that's what the 49ers are doing.
Was Stribbling not going to be available another round later? I really feel like he could have been, but I don't know what the 49ers pick in round 3. Yeah, maybe. They got a late 3rd round pick. He still might have been available. Anyway, what do we know? So now the Texans going to make their pick, and you said it's going to be defense. So that means we got the Giants back on the board, and then we got the Raiders.
And the Raiders.
Raiders. I mean, they think they would go offensive line too, although they have plenty of needs also. Ninja, where did the Jets pick? Let me see. Jets pick 12 today. Ninja finessing. What were the Jets thinking with all the players they drafted with no QB? It's a good question.
Well, they're thinking about next year.
Yeah.
Right? They're thinking about this year, like get all the pieces in place, and then next year put that final piece in place. But my worry here is, like, are they going to be too good? Like, are they going to finish 5-12, 6-11, and get like pick 10, pick 11? You know what I mean? And be too far from the top QBs. So, but they do. I think they have 3 first-round picks again next year, don't they? 2 or 3. So, I mean, maybe they could trade up.
Yeah, well, that's the thing I was going to say. You can always move up, or the hope is there are going to be multiple quarterbacks that are at least early first rounds candidates, even if you don't get the number one. Next year you don't have to get the 1-1 if all these guys, and that's assuming they repeat like they were going to, this coming year. You got guys besides Arch Manning, you got like Dante Moore and Chambliss and, other guys who might show up. So we'll see. But yeah, that's the plan, is just get good young players and develop them, give them a year, and then get the quarterback next year.
Yep. I mean, maybe their hope is that Geno is awful and they land the number 1 pick somehow. But I think there's some teams, like,
it's a good chance.
All due respect, your Dolphins, that are going to be hard to beat for that number 1 pick.
You know what? We tanked for Tua once. Let's tank for whoever. I don't even care who it is. Tank for any quarterback. No, quarterback's not even it. If Malik Willis pans out, then, get whatever.
If Malik Willis was on any other team, you would not be even saying if Malik Willis pans out.
I said if. I didn't say he's going to. I'm just saying.
It's not like Malik Willis. Like, we don't know who Malik Willis is.
You don't know this version of Malik Willis.
Maybe not.
You're flashing back to like Tennessee version of Malik Willis, but this is like a new Malik Willis.
How many, even the Green Bay version of Malik Willis?
Well, obviously it was good enough to land him a fat contract.
Crazy. Could not believe they paid him all that money and then send everybody away. It's like, why even sign a QB then? Just roll a Quinn Ewers. Like, who cares?
Yeah, we could and maybe should have done that. But.
All right, so Giants selected cornerback Colton Hood.
All right, there you go.
I hate to say it, but the Giants just continue to make just boring smart picks.
Really good picks. Yeah, Hood was one I think mostly expected to be a late first rounder, so that's another good value pick, but also a need. Well, Giants need a lot, but yeah, I don't know. I'm really not looking forward to the Giants and Jets potentially both being good.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, that Arvell Reese pick at 5th overall, if he lives up to expectations, that's going to be a steal.
Did you see I mean, obviously it doesn't matter, but it just was funny. Like, they asked him who he's most looking forward to meeting on the Giants, and he couldn't even think of anybody. And then finally he thought of Jackson Dart. And
I didn't see that. That's funny. Yeah, I was like, is there anybody worth? Malik Neighbors still there?
Malik Neighbors was not happy about that pick.
No,
he wanted Downs, of course, because he doesn't want to have to face Downs.
Well, yeah. I think he should just be happy with whoever makes his team best. But all right, so that means the Raiders are back on the clock. So we're watching the players who are fantasy relevant who haven't been taken yet. I still think Denzel Boston's number 1 on that list as far as receivers. Maybe another tight end gets taken soon.
Yeah, I think we could see a couple tight ends tonight.
All right. Well, they still haven't officially announced the Giants pick, but It's coming. Are we? Oh, Ninja's asking, are we in on Drake London if Tua is the quarterback in Atlanta? Look, honestly, is it worse than Penix or this version of Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, I'm in on London no matter who it is. Well, I shouldn't say that, but I mean whether it's Tua or Penix, I'm in on London.
Yeah. Yeah, not drafting him maybe quite as early as last year, but pretty close. We're drafting Garrett Wilson with Geno quarterback. Garrett Wilson, when's the last time he had a good quarterback ever?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just done. I think I'm just done making I don't want to say making excuses for Garrett Wilson because he's a good player, but like making excuses for why he could be good in fantasy. Like, yeah, he'll have a few good games here with Geno, but I mean, come on. And now they just drafted a tight end and another wide receiver, so he's going to actually have competition. I don't think so.
I know we can't view him as a potential number one receiver, upside to be this, that. It's like you said, it kind of is what it is at this point. He can be good, but not great. We definitely give me London over Garrett Wilson.
Yeah. All right, Raiders take safety, trade on Stukes from Arizona.
All right. Solid pick. So that means Cleveland is up next. And then Royland's team, the Chiefs, got the 8th pick.
Crazy the Chiefs have had so many picks. Not used to this.
Yeah. But at some point it's got to happen. At some point they're bound to not be a playoff team, much less a Super Bowl team. But just got to do it. And it's not even a rebuild for them, right? It's kind of like a soft reload, sort of. But they needed some youth. So it's for the best. There are the crazy Raider fans. All right. Yeah, they're just now announcing the Raider pick officially.
Yeah, we'll see what the Browns do here. I actually like the Browns draft, even though I'm sad that Concepcion went there.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Somebody had to go there.
Yeah. It's unfortunate somebody good had to go there.
Yeah, right. Why couldn't they have taken Stribbling? Can you imagine the Concepcion on the Niners instead?
Oh, man.
This happens, though. That's the worst.
Wow.
That's the thing I don't like about the NFL draft is when the good players go to the bad situations. You're like, let's squash it.
Well, now they just took Denzel Boston.
Who did?
The Browns.
The Browns? Wow. That's even worse for Concepcion.
Jeez.
So the Browns are determined to make Shadur Sanders a thing.
I mean, I don't hate it for the Browns. But I don't like it for fantasy.
I was going to say, you can't love it for Boston.
Or Concepcion. I mean, I will say, I think, like, Boston is your true, like, X, like Mike Evans, right? You stick him on the outside. on the line of scrimmage and you say, go take on the other team's number one corner.
Right.
Whereas Concepcion can do that, but he can also move around. So these guys, it's not like they're going to fight for the same position here, but I mean, we're talking about the Browns offense here. And I mean, Jerry Jeudy, for whatever it's worth, is still technically on the team.
Yeah, trying to think. They got Tillman. They got Jeudy, Fannin at tight ends, and now we got the 2 rookies there.
Wow. Well, I mean, I don't know how Shedeur is going to throw to these guys when he's running for his life every snap out, but
yeah, well, they did lose some offensive linemen, so you think that should be next priority.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted a good O-lineman last night, but man. So 2 of my favorite wide receivers in this class, somehow both on the Browns.
Both now dead to you. Yeah, I forgot they got Fano yesterday, so that'll help, but I don't know. Look, maybe you think this offense, maybe this is a sneaky good offense. Maybe. No. There's nothing sneaky about the Browns. About Judkins. Got hope for Judkins.
I mean, is Judkins even going to be ready to start the year? He's coming off the injury Pacheco had, but even worse, because he also had not only did he fracture his fibula, but I think he had like ankle and knee damage as well. So, yeah, no. I mean, and honestly, how good was Judkins even last year?
Really good for the first couple of games.
Yeah.
And then it was like caught some people by surprise. Caught us all by surprise. Yeah, and it's true. By the end of the year, I didn't even realize he averaged 3.6 yards per carry. Not very good.
All right, Chiefs take edge rusher R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma.
All right.
Oh, Bengals on the clock.
Yeah, we didn't see the Bengals at all yesterday. Looks like they haven't. Yeah, well, they haven't officially gotten to it, but commercial break.
Yeah,
Bengals.
They got to get through these commercials on ESPN.
Yeah. There's one thing I know about the Bengals. They always need offensive line.
Yes.
Don't even need
They definitely don't need wide receiver.
No. I think they're set there, pretty good at quarterback. And
yeah, they definitely don't need QB.
Always need offensive line. And they lost Hendrickson, but they got Dexter Lawrence, so kind of helps. All right, they're announcing the Cleveland pick. All right, so then we got the Bengals and we got the Saints back up, and then the Dolphins. Let's see what the Dolphins do. Needs are still everything, as far as I can tell. Pretty much everything. Now that we got Boston and Stribbling and these guys off the board, I'm gonna just say it again. I'm not gonna do what I want, but you need a receiver. Clearly, the Waddle's gone. Chris Bell, he's there. Take him. Make it happen, Dolphins. Yeah, someone, Joe Castles, he was asking me, he's like, "Oh, what'd you think of your team's draft?" And I was like, I mean, it was boring but smart. I mean, smart picks, right? Can't go wrong with a big offensive tackle from Alabama, and addressing defense. Like, they were smart picks. I still really wanted them to take Reuben Bain. Like, that would have been a huge pick. but no, he would be too exciting. Don't want to raise the
Bengals
hopes.
select edge rusher Cassius Howell from A&M.
All right, makes sense. Edge rusher.
I mean, that defense still need a lot of help. Not to mention they lost Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, no, pass rusher definitely their first. No, offensive line's always their first need, but then edge rusher's next.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, now they're announcing the Chiefs pick. I forgot about that. They're showing on the thing. I forgot they got Justin Fields as their backup.
Who? Oh, the Chiefs, right?
Yeah. Not that it don't matter. Just interesting. What's up, Other John? Back in the house again. Yeah, they need to protect Joe Burrow. That's for sure. That's for sure. All right, so it's officially on the board. R. Mason Thomas.
Yep. All right, Saints on the clock. Obviously, they went wide receiver yesterday. Oh, what's up? We got a special guest.
All right, and some of you might know we have a Dynasty channel. We've been streaming this on the Dynasty Endgame, which is run by our man, the myth, the legend himself, editor extraordinaire, Dynasty guru, John. What's up, John?
What's going on, guys?
Oh, just talking some draft here. Yeah, not anything crazy so far here, day 2, but there's still time. So, what was your instant reaction day 1?
Day 1, I thought a lot about this because I figured you guys were going to ask as soon as I got on.
Yeah, no, we're wasting no time.
Yeah.
I think my favorite, like, overall landing spot is Jordan Tyson to the Saints.
Yeah.
In a lot of the videos so far throughout the Dynasty season, I talked a lot about how I really wanted Jordan Tyson to go to a team with an established wide receiver 1.
Yep.
Because of like the injury history and some of those concerns, as much as I think like Tyson could be a wide receiver 1 on his own, I just think it's just the perfect landing spot. The defensive pressure is not really going to be on him early in his career. And I think it's just going to really allow him to play to his strengths. So I think it's a great spot for him. I think Cardinal Tate is going to see a ton of volume as well with the Titans. I think he could have a monster rookie season. So, I mean, those are 2 of the early guys, obviously. But
what about Lemon to the Eagles? How you feel about that?
I feel like it's kind of polarizing right now. Some people are in love with the landing spot. Some people are like overly concerned, and I like it. I think it's fine. I think the concern level comes from like, what is the offense going to look like this year? Jalen Hurts throwing the football. Obviously, there were issues last year. I think it's perfectly fine. I think once again, having Devonta Smith in front of him, assuming that AJ Brown is, a Patriot, not on the Eagles, I think it's going to help him quite a bit. I think he could be like an absolute PPR monster this season. So I like it a lot. I still like Mekhi Lemon a ton. Those 3 guys, I think right now, most people are viewing it as Tate, then Tyson, then Lemon. But honestly, you could argue it in any order. So obviously big, implications for those 3 players. Omar Cooper ended up going a little bit later. Casey Concepcion went a little bit later as well. And initially, the landing spot of the Browns for Concepcion, I was like, I I kind of hate this because I really wanted to see him on a team, like the Niners, who, just drafted a wide receiver a few moments ago, or like the Rams, a West Coast system I thought would fit him very well. And I don't really know what the Browns are going to be this year. And then obviously the quarterback situation is a big question mark. But he is going to walk into a lot of volume, outside of Harold Fannin and Jerry Jeudy,
Well, did you see they just drafted Denzel Boston as well?
Yeah. Okay. So
now you got Boston and Concepcion there.
Okay, well that complicates things a bit.
Yep. Yep.
I am surprised. I will say that Boston has lasted this long. Once again, a player that I've been pretty high on. But I understand some of the concerns as well. But yeah, there's a need for volume. I mean, I still think the volume's there for both these guys. You know what I mean? But who's throwing the football is the bigger issue. So,
yeah, let's not pretend the Browns aren't going to be losing and need to pass a lot. So, I mean,
sure.
there still should be enough volume there to at least make them somewhat relevant. But yeah, a lot of teams, I don't know, they don't seem to think in terms of what makes the most sense. Always they fall in love with a guy. I think, well, we can make this guy thing. Some mocks had the Niners taking Boston, and that made sense. They went receiver, but they went Stribbling, which to me, was this a bigger reach for you as it was to me?
Definitely a reach, and I don't really feel like, obviously he was a player in terms of fantasy on a lot of people's radars. But if you look at his profile, he fits the system well. He's a very good blocker. And I think that's why like Shanahan's probably infatuated with him. But yeah, in terms of fantasy implications, like right away, I think it's a bit of a question mark there. And I agree that I don't really think they needed to draft him when they did, but these teams are going to do what they want to do. So I will also note that, I feel like a lot of people really upset with Omar Cooper and Kenyon Sadiq both going to the Jets. And at first I was kind of like but once again, outside of Garrett Wilson in that offense and Breece Hall getting some work out of the backfield, I know the question marks at quarterback, obviously, but these are, two guys who are going to step in and be able to help that offense immediately and see volume immediately. So don't love it for them, but I think both those guys could end up having some solid production this season as well. And then we got, the two running backs in the first round. So
the two teammates.
Yeah. So, well, let's get to that next one. By the way, they're at a commercial break, but my Dolphins are back on the clock. I would really like to see them take, as I keep saying, Chris Bell. But we'll see. That probably won't, because again, it might be too exciting for them. Okay, let's talk running back, because we start off with that. The last pick of round one was Price, and so how many running backs do you think actually will get taken rounds 2, 3, and who do you think it might be?
Well, I'm still waiting to see Jonah Coleman get drafted and Emmett Johnson get drafted. I think Mike Washington's probably also in the conversation for tonight. And you could probably argue Washington in some people's eyes in front of those two guys, but those are the three running backs, once again, that I think can step in and be day one starters, or at least contribute day one and have fantasy implications. I know, let's see, Jaguars are a little bit down the board, but they've been linked to, drafting a running back. But at this point, I feel like, anything goes, so, but, I'm kind of almost more excited about like tonight and these rounds, some of the deeper names. And I think there's going to be some players who, in terms of production, really surprise a lot of people, or at least have the capacity to. And, for me, throughout the course of the Dynasty season, as noted on the channel, I'm a big Emmett Johnson fan. So I just want to know where he goes. But his name's been kind of quiet. So I think we'll probably see Coleman and Washington drafted first. And there's some other names out there, like, Katron Allen, for example, maybe Nick Singleton. There's other names out there for sure that could end up going. So we'll see.
So we have had a couple moves. The Cowboys just traded for linebacker D. Winters from the 49ers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And your Dolphins did make the pick, linebacker Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech. So not Chris Bell, sorry. And the Lions have now traded up with the Jets. So the Lions are actually on the clock.
Huh. All right. Well, Jets looks like what? So stockpiling more picks. Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like now they're picking 44. So they moved down. The Lions are on the clock then, looks like.
Yep. Lions on the clock.
And by the way, anybody on here, you got questions about anything, let us know. You got Dynasty questions, want to know John's reaction, round 1, round 2. EAW just wants to know, who did the Cowboys draft? Well, the Cowboys, I hate to say it, made a really good pick. Caleb Downs, I think he's like the best overall player, honestly, in this draft. He's a monster. They got him great value. And then they made a pick that kind of got some mixed reactions. Took an edge rusher, this guy who wasn't necessarily expected to be a first rounder, but they're addressing the defense. Now they're addressing defense again. So smart, uncharacteristic of Jerry Jones' team, but makes some smart picks to address the defense.
Yep. And now they just traded for D. Winters, bolstering that defense even more.
There you go. Get them just good enough to lose in the first round.
Yeah. Looks like they gave up a 5th round pick for him, so not a huge investment.
No, that's fine. And again, Dolphins, this team is going to be built around the defense and milking the clock and being extremely boring and very anti-Mike McDaniel, basically.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm even going to struggle drafting Devon Achane next year or this year.
Yeah, we'll talk about him yesterday. All right. So now we're waiting for the Lions. Don't expect anything crazy about that pick. And then got Baltimore and then the Bucks. Unless there's
I'm
more
also curious to see if we see any quarterbacks taken tonight.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of talk. I think Nussmeier would be the guy, right?
Yeah, and I've heard Carson Beck in the conversation, round 2 or round 3.
Feels early for Carson Beck, who is scheduled to be a high-end backup pretty much. I mean, look, nobody's drafting a guy they think is going to be a franchise player or starter at quarterback at this point, but I think that Nussmeier at least has the ability, right? Maybe he could put it together, has the tools. Beck's been out there. He's, played college for like 12 years and, he's played a million games and he's been in all the big games and he's proven to be thoroughly kind of good. Like he's kind of good in college, which means he's probably going to be just a backup. And look, I was Carson Beck fan number 1, as you know, last year, but I also remember the games we lost. They were because of Carson Beck. It was not because of the defense. It was not because of the running game. It was only because of Carson Beck. And he's a game manager in the making. That's where he thrived, managing the game and just don't turn it over. And we'll be just fine because we have Ruben Bain and Messidor and a dominant defense and a really, really good running game. So yeah, I mean, look, I don't think round 2 is where you want to take a game manager backup QB. So
yeah, the Cardinals have the first pick in the 3rd round as of right now. And that's the only team that I've seen that theory pop out of. So we'll see.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, we'll see. Let's see. Legend is in the house. What's up, Legend? Gemini Earthsnake. It's nearly 1 a.m. here. Perfect time to watch round 2 of the NFL draft. What's
nice.
All right. Well, then, since we're talking QB, John, dynasty question: any of these QBs worth snagging in a dynasty draft? I'm assuming Mendoza, yes, but anybody else?
Mendoza, obviously. I mean, I still believe in super flex formats that he should be the 1.2 after Jeremiah Love. Yeah, so the big question is going to be Ty Simpson, who, once again, if you guys watch the rookie mocks and stuff, I believe that he's at least a second rounder in super flex formats throughout the course of dynasty season. And I started to see some buzz last night of considering Ty Simpson to be like a first rounder now, and like around like the 1.7, 1.8. I don't think I'm quite there, especially with reports coming out today that the Rams are looking to sign Stafford to like a 3 or 4 year extension. I'm not really like falling into like whatever it is, the Sean McVay anger and whatever, if that's true or not. I think Sean McVay always is intense and looks angry. But, I am in the boat that I would have rather seen them draft like Kenyon Sadiq or Lemon right there with pick 13. But Simpson should be drafted. I mean, anytime you have the opportunity to potentially draft a starter, super flex formats at quarterback, they need to be selected at some point. And but the issue once again here is that it looks like the Jordan Love playbook, where the Packers were at Aaron Rodgers at MVP level and contention, kind of shocked everyone they picked Jordan Love, and then Jordan Love sat for a few years. So there's no real telling in terms of Stafford's longevity and how much longer he's going to be the starter, but I would assume they're going to at least give Simpson a shot. So I'm still kind of in the boat of like a mid second rounder. I would have preferred to see him land with like the Cardinals or Steelers in terms of dynasty value or immediate value. But yeah, he should be drafted. Anyone else, we got to see where they land. If they're going to go to a team that has an established quarterback, I just wouldn't do it. But once again, teams like the Steelers, Browns, Jets, if there's a chance for competition, sure. But once again, we're looking at like third round selections at best, I think. So
yeah, with Simpson, I feel like now he might be in the conversation because of where he was drafted. But that's to me, then that's like you're getting in very shaky territory. It's like, okay, if you didn't have this guy that highly rated before, but now just because he was drafted higher, like that doesn't mean anything. The landing spot, yes, that's pretty much as good a landing spot as you can get, right? Sean McVay offense and all Puka Nakua and all that, but it doesn't make me believe in the player that much more. I just think he's okay, but don't see him being a future franchise quarterback. Sure. And so I get the logic that if anybody can do it, it's McVay, but it doesn't mean that he's the next Matt Stafford. I think that's still a big leap to make. So,
and it, in terms of upcoming rookie drafts for dynasty leagues, it's going to be a bit roster dependent. If you're weak at quarterback, you're thin in terms of depth, you have injury prone quarterbacks, like then you might be more, it might make more sense to take a shot on one of these players with a late round pick if, you have depth elsewhere. Like I have a super flex team last year where I have Burrow, Purdy, and Prescott, and I had no picks except a fourth rounder, and the only player I drafted was Dylan Gabriel, and I started him 1 week when Purdy and Burrow were both hurt, and it was like the 1 week he did something last year. So, sometimes just having that, random fourth round quarterback on your team makes somewhat sense. There's a lot of deep rosters and formats out there, but we all knew going into this draft that this was going to be a weak quarterback class and not have a lot of depth. So, yeah, we definitely need to see where the rest of the quarterbacks land before we can really put any potential value on them.
Good point. All right. Thanks for the question, Royland.
We've had just a slew of defensive picks.
Yeah, well, watching the stream, I haven't seen any picks because they've been in commercial for like 10 minutes straight, I swear. But yeah, Ravens now officially announcing their pick. Nobody exciting?
No, they took I believe an edge rusher, maybe a linebacker, maybe the Bucks took a linebacker. So Colts are on the clock right now.
All right. Colts team we didn't see yesterday either.
Yeah, I am very curious to your earlier point, Pierre, to see where Chris Bell lands. I mean, this was a player who, if he had not got hurt in November, probably would have gone the first round, at least in the early second round. And I'm also very interested to see where Elijah Surratt goes. It's been another one of my guys throughout the Dynasty season. So, and I think once again, players like Chris Brazell, Jeremy Bernard, Skylar Bell, there's a lot of potentially really good wide receivers still available. And I'm also looking to see where Eli Stowers at tight end lands. Call me crazy, but I think Stowers could end up being as fantasy relevant or more fantasy relevant than Sadiq this year if he gets the right landing spot. I think he's that talented. If he were to go to a team like the Broncos, for example, I think he could I think he'd step in and be super fantasy relevant, or maybe like the Bucks, team like that. So there's still a lot of very fantasy relevant players that we could start to see go off the board whenever these defensive picks, stop.
If it ever ends. At some point it will. So just announced the
We
Baltimore
can
pick.
We can certainly see wide receiver to the Colts.
Sure. And Elijah Surratt profile is very similar to like a Michael Pittman, who obviously is no longer on the Colts, so it could make some sense.
Yeah, going to Indy. Well, there you go, and get the hometown pick. Makes even more sense. We'll see. We'll see if that happens. That's why I was trying to speak into existence. The Dolphins taking Ruben Bain last night. Didn't work. But well.
Made too much sense.
Made too much sense. He's too good. Too good. Got to pass.
And I guess this is a very loose rumor, but we have once again loose reporting that we could see a trade involving George Pickens and some draft picks tonight in the mix.
Wow,
for that.
Tonight.
And it would probably include something next year as well, but I'm not personally really buying that, but it's been floating around out there.
Yeah, we did talk a little bit last night about Pickens in that whole situation. And, at first it was, just, what are the Cowboys going to do here? Because taking a defensive player like Downs made too much sense. That's not Jerry Jones' MO, but he did it. And I just don't think they let him make decisions anymore. But besides that, they're like, well, what do they do with Pickens? Could he get flipped? And then also the conversation about how, as far as landing spot, getting a receiver who's the number 2 receiver in his offense, but it's a really good offense, is better than having the number 1 receiver in a bad offense. And so even if a guy like Lemon is not going to be the number 1 in Philly, I'd rather have the guy in Philly, than the guy who's, I don't know. Let's say like the Jets, or the Jets already have number 1, but offense like that. So that's where it's like, do I want the guy like Carnell Tate who's going to be in a not so good offense, or a guy like Lemon? And it's hard to tell because we don't know exactly what the target share is going to look like.
Well, the Colts are no longer on the clock. The Steelers have just traded up for the Colts pick.
Huh. We could see them go wide receiver.
Yeah, they were trying to get Lemon last night, which is like crazy. It's like, what the... That would have been terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that's what we talked about too with Pittsburgh. I know Art Smith's not there anymore, thankfully, but who's the quarterback?
Yeah. And Chris's favorite receiver in fantasy, Jaden Reed, got a 3-year extension today.
Yeah, good. I mean, good for him.
Like doesn't make you more in. You're not in.
Nah, what has Jaden Reed ever really done?
Yeah, I'm interested to see where the Steelers go here.
Although maybe with Romeo Dobbs gone, maybe.
Wicks is gone too. So.
Yeah, that's right. Wicks gone too.
All right. Oh yeah, that's right. It's in Pittsburgh, so they have to really milk this pick for all it's worth.
Oh yeah.
There's a ton of people there, man. Yeah, I forgot the Pittsburgh got not just Pittman, but they got Rico Dowdle.
Mm-hmm.
They got Metcalf, they got Pittman, Dowdle. Too bad they don't have a QB.
What does this mean for Caleb Johnson? What's going to happen to him?
Like, is he still on the team? Well, they went wide receiver, Jeremy Bernard.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with that pick. He's been pretty highly ranked, kind of right in this area, wide receiver. So,
all right, well, coming from Alabama, usually a pretty good thing for receivers. So what's your thought on Bernard? Does he have the upside? I mean, he's obviously not going to need to be the number 1 or even the number 2 now there, but does he have room to grow to be, one of their top receivers eventually?
It's really going to depend on the shelf life of Pittman and Metcalf. I like Bernard, and I think throughout the process he's been a wide receiver 2 or 3, kind of a complementary piece for sure. I think because kind of my issue here is personally I don't know a ton about the Steelers offensive coordinator. He was the Vikings tight ends coach, passing game coordinator for like the past 3 years.
I think we can just assume that Mike McCarthy's probably going to handle most of the offense.
I mean, it comes from Kevin O'Connell's system, so I guess that's good. But yeah, I mean, Bernard has some traits that will remind you a bit of like a Deebo Samuel type piece. So I think he could have some fantasy relevancy. There could be some plays drawn up for him, especially with there being less defensive pressure, assuming that Metcalf and Pittman are on the field. So I think it is a good enough landing spot for him. It wasn't uberly productive last year. He had 7 receiving touchdowns, just over 860 receiving yards. We did do that off of just 64 catches, and he did rush for 2 touchdowns last year as well. And once again, I mean, a lot of people throughout this process have liked them kind of like in this range. So I think he could be fantasy relevant here. I still think he probably will go in the second round of rookie drafts for those of you guys out there in Dynasty. But once again, in terms of immediate production, it's really going to depend on, Pittman and Metcalf. And then once again, who's throwing the football? So,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's probably going to be Aaron Rodgers. Let's be real.
Yeah, it probably. It's just got to be dramatic throughout the,
Yep. Yeah. Racing for more Aaron Rodgers.
He's a very physical wide receiver, strong at the catch point, and has a lot of yak ability and good top end speed. So he could fit in well here, have plays drawn up for him, but we got some question marks around the offense for sure.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is just like, what's the ceiling?
Yeah, I mean, once again, this kind of like mix of wide receivers here. Chris Brazell still floating out there. Skylar Bell, Elijah Surratt, Jacoby Lane. Bernard is definitely right there in the mix, even like a Malachi Fields as well. So it makes enough sense, especially if they were trying to draft Lemon last night and drop the ball. Or maybe, the Eagles were just ahead of the game there, but
Falcons went with cornerback.
The Eagles, they moved up just ahead of the Steelers to snag Lemon. So maybe they threw off their plan, or maybe they weren't going to take a round one receiver anyways. Who knows? But glad. I definitely prefer seeing Lemon in Philly than Pittsburgh.
I agree. And once again, I mean, having Devonta Smith lining up alongside him is going to be great for his production his rookie season. So
yeah, so I know it's hard, and we still have draft left. We don't know who else might take another receiver and whatever. For redraft right now, I still think, based on that argument from before, but just being in the better offense, having good enough target share, like I think I got Lemon number 1, maybe right there, just ahead of Tate. It's going to be close between those guys, and I got Tyson in third. But do you think it's going to be pretty much just? Is there even going to be a big separation between those three by the end of the year?
It's tough to say. I mean, I am personally okay with each landing spot. With Tate, probably depends on where you're at in terms of your belief level in Cam Ward, which, Pierre might be higher.
I'm a believer.
Yeah. I still think Rondale Robinson will have a lot of involvement, especially with, Brian DeBall being on the coaching staff and everything. One of Chris's other favorite wide receivers. And, Robinson had a productive year last year with Neighbors missing time. And then, you've got, I guess, some other receivers in the mix there. I mean, I think Tate has a tremendous amount of upside. I think Tyson has a tremendous amount of upside. I think Lemon is actually like the safest overall player, but it's just I think it's gonna take some time to process between those three, because there's been an argument all, off season or dynasty season long for each of those players in front of each other. And I feel like all the argument points for me are still kind of there. Like, you could really argue it anyway. But I don't know. I'm kind of like, I won't say quietly, but I just kind of have one of those feelings about the Saints offense this year that I think they're going to take a really solid step forward with ETN at running back, still having Juwan Johnson at tight end, the Kellen Moore system, Olave as a wide receiver 1, then Tyson as a wide receiver 2. And I think Tyler Shuck can take a step forward as well. So I just got a weird feeling that I think that the production will be there. But once again, in terms of like full PPR, I mean, Mekhi Lemon could have a monster season. Cardinal Tate's the type of player who could have, 8 to 10 receiving touchdowns his rookie season. I mean, I think he's that good. So it's a tough argument. We could sit here all night. I could make points for any of them.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like splitting hairs. It's like, if you're like most people and you're just in one redraft league, draft one of them, hope for the best.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's not like last year. It was pretty clear. You had Tet was the number 1 receiver, and we expected him to be easily the number 1 receiver in terms of productivity. And he didn't have a big season, but not his own fault, right? Just the offense he was in. But this year, yeah, it just feels like it's a little more parity. Wheel Route saying Tyson is definitely still his number 1. So he definitely has the ceiling. I mean, he has this physical ability. He definitely could be the number 1, even if he's not the number 1 in his offense right away. He's got everything in place, just needs to not get injured. And then, like you said, though, it also goes to your belief is, does Tyler Shuck have more to offer, or he just is what he is, But he's also got a good offensive-minded coach, and that's the other thing. We go back to Philly with Lemon. Like, we don't know, once again, what Philly's offense is going to look like, because they got another new offensive coordinator, and we don't know they're going to go back to being run first, and we assume A.J. Brown is gone. So who knows? Who knows? We think we know, we don't know.
Yeah, so we just had a trade. Panthers traded up with the Vikings, so Panthers now on the clock.
A lot of trades.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they go offense here and, try and get some help for Bryce Young, as
No, they're going to go. They went defensive tackle Hunter Lee.
Never mind.
I was gonna say right what you were gonna say, like that would be a good landing spot for a tight end like Stowers, but I guess not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they went offensive tackle last night, D tackle tonight. Building the trenches, I guess.
Yeah, and they got Jalen Phillips, a nice addition in the offseason. All right. So Falcons make their pick. Panthers. Now the Jets are, I think, again back on the clock
For now. Assuming no trade.
Then the Vikings, and then other John, your team, the Packers are going to be up. Not John, other John, the one who's watching. It's literally
the other John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was crossing my fingers that the Commanders were going to land Tate last night.
Me too.
Yeah. But I'm happy with Sonny Styles.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred Downs over Styles, but nothing wrong with Styles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good fit. He feels like the right fit for that team. The Styles, you can't complain about that.
No.
So Commanders don't have a round 2 pick, huh?
No. Pretty early in the third round. I think pick 71.
Packers do need a lot of help on defense, that's for sure.
There's the other John. Yes. Everywhere indeed. It's pretty true. Maury wants to know. Well, okay, we just recap. We talked about this at the beginning. Any interesting RBs available? Yeah, they're all available except for the 2 Notre Dame guys who got taken. So it depends who you think is interesting. But we've identified separately like Emmett Johnson, Mike Washington. Chris, you said that you're a fan. Not that we expect him necessarily to get taken this round, but you never know. You're a fan of Jamari Taylor, right?
I am. I'm a fan of him. I mean, it's almost like if these guys were in other classes, would I be a fan of them? Right? It's almost like, yeah, I mean, right? Because you can only really compare them to the guys in this class. So, but I do like his game. I think it fits the modern NFL, the way the modern NFL is.
Yeah, you got Claiborne is still out there too, and a Jonah Coleman.
Yeah, I like Coleman.
We could see Coleman off the board as the next running back. Unfortunately, I don't know if Emmett Johnson will get drafted tonight. But wherever he goes, I'm going to be a believer. So I'm just putting it out there now.
Oh, well, there you go.
What if he goes to the Cardinals?
I'm all in still.
Just kills Love's value then. And Tyler Algier and James Conner and Trey Benson and DeMar DeMarcado and
or Tyler Algier, man.
Bam Knight. We can't forget Bam Knight, you know.
Oh, Bam.
Tyler Algier has that great rookie year. Then they draft Bijan. Then he goes signs with the Cardinals and they draft Love. It's like, geez.
Yeah, it's the Tyler Algier curse.
Yeah, for real.
Well, I'm not overly concerned about Love personally. I don't think this year's going to be. I think it's really similar to the Bijan Robinson, scenario where he lost a lot of goal line work and touches early on, but he still evolved into the, RB3 a sophomore season, RB2 is junior season. So I think Tyler Algier will continue to frustrate fantasy owners this year in the sense that he's going to be stealing touches. But I personally don't think that Connor is really going to have a massive amount of involvement. I think he's kind of like that locker room veteran presence who will see some touches, but I really think it's Love, then Algier, then a bit of Connor mixed in there, who is coming off a pretty serious injury as well. So I'm not overly concerned, but I did kind of like a landing spot like the Titans a bit more. But even there, you still got Pollard and Spears. So
Yeah, well, I wondered. I was going to ask, do you think Love is going to be overdrafted in redraft leagues for this year based on expectations? Because he was drafted so early and so clearly the number one back in this class. Are we just going to go overboard, kind of like everyone did with Genty last year, and like, oh, this guy's such a stud, and oh wait, we forgot he's on the Raiders.
Yeah, I think it'll be really similar to Genty last year. Beginning of the second, will bleed in some drafts into the end of the first. Maybe some people take some more chances in like best ball drafts on him. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be too crazy. I don't think he's going to fall back as far as like Amar and Hampton did in drafts last year, which he still went relatively early. But I think once again, in terms of production this year, you're probably looking at like a Ashton Genty type scenario where he's like a top 12, top 10 running back. Bijan was a top 10 his rookie season. Genty was the RB 11 last year, I believe, in PPR. So we'll see. Probably a little bit overdrafted. There's going to be some names who aren't as exciting, maybe like a Chase Brown, or there's going to be players that finish in front of him for sure who will get drafted after him.
Yeah, that's what I was saying last night. I mean, obviously this could change, but you look at it right now on Underdog. I just looked at NFL. Well, it's not showing, but you had guys like Chase Brown going after him, Hampton going after him, Saquon, who I think's poised for a bounce back year, going after him, and it's just like you said, I think a Genty type season is probably what we're looking at here, which is like good but not great.
It's easy to fall into the trap of rookie fever, especially if you're in dynasty circles. I've seen some crazy trades out there involving either the 1-1 or Jeremiah Love, but now that he has a landing spot, and like a lot of discussion about his value. And, I think he's great, but, I've seen like Amon-Ra, St. Brown, or Joe Burrow, and Chris did a video recently, these players versus the 1-1. And, I'd rather have Amon-Ra, St. Brown, or Joe Burrow on my,
For sure.
Yeah.
I think if you traded away the 101 and you got one of those studs right now, you're probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
But if you're rebuilding, you're playing the long game, sure, it's all fine.
Yeah, and I think people also overvalue, and I know I've been guilty of this, because I hear a lot of, I see a lot of people say, like, you don't spend that kind of draft capital to give, Tyler Algier and James Conner and those guys the ball. Well, how did that work when they spent number 6 draft capital on Bijan Robinson? How did that work when the Lions spent top 10 draft capital on Jahmyr Gibbs? And, I mean, remember, to start the year, Jahmyr Gibbs was barely playing to start the year. Remember? People were freaking out. Like, no, that it doesn't guarantee that he gets 80% of the touches and that Tyler Algier and James Conner and Trey Benson just stand on the sidelines and watch him. Like, yeah, year 2, year 3, yes. But year 1, he's a rookie. Like, you know what I mean? These guys are vets. So, yeah, I think Ashton Genty's the perfect thing. But Ashton Genty, the benefit he had last year is the Raiders didn't have anybody else to give the ball to.
Yeah.
They didn't have some established vet running back. And even then, how good was Ashton Genty really? So, yeah, I think he'll be good this year, just not great. And people are going to draft him to be great and probably be a little disappointed.
Yep. You have to assume that they're trying to save some of that tread on the tires for next year or the year after, whenever, no disrespect to Jacoby Brissett, but whenever he's not the quarterback. And to another point, I mean, they're going to throw the football a ton and they're going to be playing from behind a ton this year, which Love has great receiving value, but we're going to see a lot more of those games that we saw last year where Jacoby's throwing it 50, 60 times a game. So we'll see. And
yeah,
there's just no way that the Cardinals compete in that division this year either. So
No, and we also have to keep in mind rookie head coach, very young head coach, and not a great defense or offensive line or anything around him. So, yeah, it's a tale as old as time. Rookies, especially rookie running backs and rookie picks being overvalued. Keith is here for the love meltdowns. All right, what's up, Keith? It's going to happen. Just be prepared. Someone's going to take Jeremiah Love in like first round and wonder why he's not the number one RB in fantasy. We're ready for it. For what it's worth, Keith also agrees with Tyson as the wide receiver 1 for this class. There you go.
Yeah, I think it's probably like whoever you had is like whatever order you had those 3 wide receivers, you probably just keep that order.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's pretty fair. I hate it. Actually, almost physically pains me to say the Jets made another good pick. They got another Indiana Hoosier, D'Angelo Pons, who, yeah, it's kind of short, but he's a baller. He's really good, and we saw it. If you saw any of the playoff games, you saw it. But maybe you saw any Indiana games at all this season. So a really good player, pairing him with Omar Cooper. It's 4 good draft picks by the Jets already, and we're halfway through round 2. I can't take it.
See, this is what I worry about. Like the Jets are going to be too good this year. You know, we always say this,
when was
right?
the last
like,
time anybody ever said that?
Well, okay, but like we always say this, right? Like, oh, okay, this year, yeah, he's got to play with Geno Smith, but you know, next year they get a high pick, they get a QB. But we've been saying that about Garrett Wilson his entire career.
Yeah.
Like, there's no guarantee, right? And if the Jets end up winning 5, 6, 7 games, suddenly it's like, wait, who's our QB going to be?
Yeah, I think the Jets are having an outstanding draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really the New York teams are crushing it. The Giants, 3 great players so far. And really the whole NFC East, really, they're the top. The Cowboys got Downs, and the Eagles made a smart pick, Lemon. So that whole division.
All right, other John, Packers on the clock.
What's up, Arthur? Arthur Swanson.
How is
in the chat?
Jermon McCoy still on the board, by the way? How does nobody pick this guy?
Well, I saw there was some concerns with him. What was it? Injury concern, right? There was something that popped up right before the draft. Or like that he might fall because.
Yeah, he tore his ACL in January of 2025.
You know how this is gonna go. He's gonna fall to the Eagles at 22 and then be a stud.
Yeah.
Like these NFL teams are like so like worried about these injury things, and then the Eagles are like, yeah, we'll take them.
Yeah, well, they can afford to do that. All right, so Packers, they're at a break right now. Again, Packers on the clock, and then the Colts allegedly, and then the Eagles. So
well, the Packers did go cornerback, but not McCoy. Brandon Seiss from South Carolina.
All right.
He's probably the top rated after McCoy available. Well, no longer available, but and the Vikings. Oh wait, that already happened. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Packers certainly need secondary help. They need a lot of help on defense. So
yeah. All right, Colts. Let's go wide receiver.
Yeah, let's see if they make the pick this time.
Yeah, well, they still could do what we talked about, right? Still could get Surratt.
They could.
Yes. Other John agrees their corners are horrible. The Packers, that is.
Guess the other player we didn't talk about is Jadarian Price. And who I like a lot, but I don't think I'm like super concerned about the landing spot. He was kind of tied to the Seahawks throughout this process for a while. But I'm a little worried that we're going to get a lot of like I know obviously it's going to be a new offensive coordinator this year, but a little bit of once Charbonnet is back, we're going to get a little bit of what we saw last year with Walker and Charbonnet with Price and Charbonnet this year.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, how long before Charbonnet's back? That's the thing.
Sure. Yeah, I've seen some discussion of, people are ready to pick Price like the 1-6 in rookie drafts, which I I'm not saying I'm totally against it.
I mean, that's probably where I have him right now. Like Love, Mendoza, 1-2, then the 3 wide receivers. Like, then it's like, am I taking Sadiq over Price? Yeah. I mean, in tight end premium, sure, but in non-tight end premium, I don't know.
Because that's the big thing is we saw, Concepcion go to the Browns, Cooper go to the Jets, Sadiq go to the Jets. So that kind of, a lot of people's eyes knocked them back a bit. So now Price is, and that's kind of where that argument with Ty Simpson was coming from, is people kind of having this like immediate reaction of like, well, it's early draft capital. It's the Rams, that pushes him up ahead of some of those guys potentially too. So,
but the thing about the draft capital argument is the draft capital only matters until the games start.
Sure.
And once the game starts, the guys down. Like, what was Caleb Johnson's draft capital?
Yeah.
I mean, he literally could have been an undrafted free agent. It went right. I mean, it doesn't matter. He could have been like the first overall pick. It doesn't matter if the guy's not playing.
Yeah.
Obviously, like Ty Simpson is not going to play unless Matthew Stafford is gone.
Yeah.
Either hurt or retired or whatever.
Yeah, just Price 1-6 just seems very high until then you're like, well, who do you have above him? And like you said, some bad landing spots for receivers that we would have put higher, like Concepcion. And then I don't know, is there a receiver left that if he falls to the right spot, or even a running back? I don't know what landing spot a running back could go to that would put anyone over, Price in Seattle.
If we were to see, I would say Coleman land at the Jaguars or Vikings. I think you could make the argument. That's probably about it.
Well, we'll see. You're still waiting on another running back to get taken. Looks like the Colts are announcing the pick.
Maybe if we see the Patriots or Bills go wide receiver, could see one of those guys earlier. But yeah, I think Price is probably locked into that 1-6 at the moment.
Yeah, and I think if we're looking at, if we're talking Dynasty, you can make a case for Sadiq. I mean, I think you could probably make a case for Sadiq even in non-tight end premium, but certainly in tight end premium, you can make the case for Sadiq. Sure. You can make the case for Cooper if you're looking more long-term. Same with Boston, Concepcion. But you're looking more long-term. But I've just found, I think one thing Dynasty players don't factor into their decisions enough is how much player values change based on what they do during the fantasy season. So it's easy to look at these rookies right now and be like, hey, next year, Omar Cooper, if they get a QB, could be great. But if Omar Cooper goes out there this year and does nothing, his value at the end of the year is going to be so low, you can just go get him relatively cheap. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And, so it's easy to sit here right now and think in your head, well, what if they get a QB next year? But when it's like week 10 of the fantasy season and Omar Cooper is getting is only getting a handful of points every week, you don't care about that anymore, right? Whereas Price at least has a path to give you fantasy production this year. And even if you're like worried about him going into year 2 with a healthy Charbonnet, you can always move off price going into year 2 if you really want, and it'll have value. So that's, I know Dynasty, you want to think long term, but it's hard to predict what's going to happen long term. Like I said, we've been waiting for Garrett Wilson to have a QB his whole career. We waited for Terry McLaurin to have a QB until he finally got Jaden Daniels when he was like 28 years old. Like there's no guarantee. Like, the Browns have a better QB next year. The Jets have a better QB next year. It's not a sure thing.
Yeah, it's the biggest mistake you make is assuming something's going to happen in a year or two based on what is going on right now. It does not usually pan out the way you think it will, at least not to that extent. But we've had that same discussion now, Chris, for the last couple of years. Is in Dynasty, it's different than it used to be, because now these rookies, they are thrown into the fire week 1. Just no questions asked. They're expected to produce right away. It didn't used to be like that in the NFL years ago, but you almost have to not think long term. You have to think who's going to be most valuable this year, and that's what I'm going to get the most value out of, whether it's in a trade or to hold on to. So it's true. Landing spot matters a whole lot more.
Exactly, and I think this year, I think Dynasty players should just put more emphasis on this year. Not saying you shouldn't think about the future, of course, but. Because, again, if Jadarian Price goes out there and finishes as a top 15 running back this year, his value, he's going to have a ton of value going into next offseason. Whereas, like, if Amari Cooper, Concepcion, Boston, these guys struggle because of their situations, their value is going to go way down. We did just have a pretty big – the Eagles picked Eli Stowers.
Yep.
There you go.
So how we feel about that? They did re-sign Goddard, right? Eventually.
Yeah, let's see. I forget what his contract's like. But the Eagles
he just signed a 1-year deal.
Yeah, 1-year extension.
Now we see why.
Yeah, they were tied to Sadiq as well in the first round. But you gotta like this pick or this landing spot for Stowers.
Yeah, you definitely got to like this landing spot. This is one of those situations where I could think ahead, because it's like, okay, yeah,
right.
Year 1, Stowers may not be great, but the Eagles situation is pretty stable. Like, we know Jalen Hurts is going to be the QB there. We know AJ Brown's probably going to be gone. This certainly makes it almost seem certain that Dallas Goedert will not be back in 2027. So there's definitely a path here for Stowers. But again, you do have to worry about the production year 1.
Yeah.
And
this goes against what we just finished talking about. This is an exception, though, because we know the writing is on the wall 1 year, and it's a tight end. A lot of rookie tight ends nowadays do come in and dominate. But yeah, this is an exception, right? So, so John, I mean, you compare Sadiq to the Jets versus Stowers to the Eagles. Sadiq got the draft capital, but you got someone who's on the Eagles versus the Jets. So we look at the next year or what?
It's tough because, I mean, you think of prospects like Sadiq, we've seen, these really highly rated tight ends like Brock Bowers, even like a Sam Laporta, go to teams who weren't as fantasy relevant when they were drafted and then become who they are. You know what I mean? So the thing with Sadiq is he has intangibles to be as good as like a Brock Bowers. Call me crazy, or close to a Brock Bowers. But he also has the intangibles just to end up being like a, Kyle Pitts type prospect that we're just kind of like waiting on, and I've been kind of making this argument that I think Eli Stowers could end up being, at least early on, the more fantasy relevant tight end, but now we know he's going to be behind Goddard. So it's a little tough. But overall, I mean, he's a great prospect. I don't know if he's as good of a prospect as Sadiq, but he had a great combine, which I really think helped his stock at the end of the day. He's had 12.4 or more yards per catch on average, 12.4 yards or more on average per catch last 2 seasons. Great receiving threat. can line up, as a vertical threat, and we might see a lot of 2 tight end sets where he's still able to get the ball this year. But once again, we don't know a lot about this offense this year. It's obvious that the Eagles are investing in the offense going into next year, even with losing AJ Brown. So I like the landing spot because I think once again you're at least tied to Jalen Hurts, who I'm a Jalen Hurts believer. Like I think the Philadelphia Eagles media is just awful in terms of how people evaluate them for fantasy. You know what I mean? So I like this spot a lot. I maybe would have liked to spot the Broncos a little bit better. Maybe the Rams, who had pick 61. And we know the Rams play a lot of 3 tight end sets. But overall, I think this is good for Stowers. I think he could sneak in the first round of rookie drafts now. But if not, he'll be going off the board the very beginning of the second round rookie drafts. And I think without a doubt, as a lot of people believe throughout this offseason or dynasty season process, he's the clear tight end 2 in this draft class. And I think with both him and Sadiq, we're probably going to need a little bit of time to marinate, but they could obviously both be very productive this season as well.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking at my list right now. I think I've kind of got a third tier here where I'd have Sadiq, Cooper, Concepcion, Boston, and Stowers all in that tier right now, where it's it's hard to say who I'd have ranked higher. Right? They're all probably in situations where they may not have monster year ones, but they all still have long-term potential.
And
I could see if the Jets, because the Jets are going to have Garrett Wilson, Omar Cooper, and Sadiq now. I mean, I guess the Eagles, you could say, well, they're going to have Lemon, Smith, and Stowers we go into next year, but just feel better about that Eagles ecosystem. Obviously, if the Jets are able to do something great at quarterback, maybe that changes. But, man, it's just hard for me to wrap my head around the Jets not being dysfunctional.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fair. Let's see. The Patriots are on the clock now, and their pick is an edge rusher, Gabe I don't want to say it. Sounds like Jackass. And so now the clock are the Jaguars. We'll see if they do anything interesting. Real quick, shout out to Arthur's on the stream watching. Cows do tricks. Thank you, Arthur. Said down there he's the owner and operator of a carpet cleaning company. So he's always working late, but he's tuning in, checking in with us. So appreciate you. He wants to know, does Washington's landing spot move the needle on any team? That's the question.
Washington.
I think we were talking about running backs. I think he's referring to Mike Washington. Yeah, I mean, if he goes to the right team, he could easily, I think in a lot of people's eyes, jump players like Coleman and Johnson, or whoever else you have, whether it's Katron Allen or Taylor or Claiborne, whoever else you like at running back.
Can I just be the one to say I'm not a fan of Mike Washington?
Yeah.
No?
I mean, I don't get it. What am I missing?
He's just one of these players. He had a great combine, and then it's just one of these things that happens in the process.
Yes.
There,
I really think he's a absolute liability in pass pro, which we already know hurts as a rookie because the team needs to have trust in you to be on the field, especially in those important roles. He's got speed, but it's weird. Who was that guy? Who was the Isaac Garendo? And I know he's bigger than Garendo, but when I watched, Garendo had that insane whatever time he ran at the 40, remember? And then I remember when I watched Garendo, it's yeah, he's fast, but it takes him 20 yards to get to his top speed, right? Which is great if you get the ball and there's no one in front of you. But in the NFL, you got to be fast from the moment you get the ball. Like, I'd rather have the guy who has that burst at the beginning, you know what I mean, than the guy who takes a while. And that's kind of how I feel about Washington. Like, yes, he's got long speed, but he takes him a while to get up, right? Like, he doesn't just like explode through the holes necessarily. Now he is, pretty good through contact, which I do like that, but I don't know. I feel like he's gonna bust. We'll see.
I do agree that I have Coleman and Johnson clearly ahead of him still, like firmly ahead of him.
Mm. Yeah, well, I don't know how early he might get taken, but I think another concern is also just very late breakout. Didn't do a lot. He performed in the SEC, but still, we don't have a lot of production. But you always got to be worried about the guys who jump up the board because of the combine. And we know also what's more important than the straight run 40 time is it's more like the 3-cone and that shiftiness, not just can you run fast straight. But
I think to Chris's point earlier too, it's like if we were in a different draft class, like next year's, would we really even be talking about Mike Washington at this range? Probably not. It's just a thin running back class. So
yeah. What's up, Andrea? Made it. So we did have an offensive skill player get drafted, and it's probably not the one you expected. It's one that probably very few people even are aware of. Not the tight end that you would have think, because I thought we were going to talk about after Stowers. Thought that from Ohio State, Max Clare would be next. It is. Hold on, let me get it right. Nate Borkercher.
Yeah, he's a blocking tight end. It's like the most boring pick we could have got.
Yeah. This is like a Drew Sample 2.0 kind of.
Yeah. I mean, he had 198 receiving yards off of 19 catches last year.
All right. Well, that's the Jags move. They got a blocking tight end. So I guess just proceed.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, if there's anyone in the chat who disagrees with me, but outside of Max Clare, there are a lot of tight ends that will be available throughout this draft, but generally speaking, we're looking at like blocking tight ends outside of Max Clare left.
Yeah. Yeah. This is immediately when there's someone who's like not even on your radar, you're like, why did they take this tight end? It's the block. Yeah. That's exactly. And then actually it's funny because I just now look immediately I remember when the Bengals took Drew Sample, we're like, oh, got Joe Burrow. They got a tight end. Like, no, he is literally like the 6th offensive lineman. And it's funny. I just looked, he got taken in exactly around this range, 52nd overall. And this was the 56th overall pick. So that's all this is. So you can safely ignore him. What's up, Anthony? Anthony just got in the house. All right. So now we are pick 57. It looks like the Bears, followed by the Niners, the Texans, and then the Bears.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the Bears do here. They hold on to both these picks because I thought they got a great value pick last night, and obviously a team that's close to continuing to contend, but they're pretty loaded on offense. I guess they lost DJ Moore, but yeah, I wonder with one of these picks if they do take a receiver more for depth. They could, Ben Johnson never have too many toys, but sure. They should probably address the defense first. And to be fair, yesterday they didn't do anything crazy. So they do have a pair of picks here. So we'll see what they do. We did get a trade a few moments ago. The Vikings sent Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles for 2 third-round draft picks. So Minnesota gets pick 98, then a 2027 third. Well, Philly gets Grenard and pick number 244. But I think that the Eagles, not that they need any draft picks, but yeah, they still have a third rounder.
Sure. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good. The Eagles, pretty much whatever they do, you feel like they probably did it right. It's probably a good one. Yeah, you can't question them at this point. Wheelroute wants to see Coleman go to Chicago. Well, I don't know if we're going to see that, but you never know.
Oh, man. I hope not.
No. No. Oh, you're talking about Jonah Coleman or Kevin Coleman?
I think Jonah Coleman.
Kevin Coleman might make some sense. It's a little early, but
no, they took center Logan Jones.
And
I think the 49ers just traded up with the Browns. So 49ers back on the clock.
All right. Well, it's not updating for me yet, but I'm sure it will.
Yeah, I wish there was like a consistent, everything on the same page way for everybody to track the draft, because it's like, I don't know, everywhere you are, it's like something's ahead or behind or whatever.
Yeah, the ESPN is definitely, even though they're the ones showing it live, they're somehow behind. You always know the picks before they show it. Okay, yeah, Jonah.
Wait, I had it backwards. The Browns just traded up to 58. So Browns on the clock.
They're gonna take another receiver, maybe.
Oh man, please no.
Load up. They're gonna do the run and shoot like the Houston Oilers back in the '80s with Warren Moon.
Maybe we'll see a Jerry Jeudy trade. You know.
I mean, Jerry Jeudy.
I didn't mean
to. Done with this guy? We done with this guy, right?
Didn't mean to trigger you, Chris. I know. Jerry Jeudy is a sensitive topic.
Trying to tell people for years, be done with this guy. Is it finally over? Can I go a whole year without having to talk about Jerry Jeudy?
It won't be over till he retires. It'll be like the Josh Gordon thing. Like he'll be suspended 5 times and, like in rehab and like, semi-retired. Like, hey, but you never know. This could be the year. They signed him on a 2-year, 2-day deal. Yes, shout out Warren Moon. Thank you. I think somebody appreciates that. Warren Moon
he'll like
man.
Team like the Chiefs or the Bills will sign him and people will get excited.
Yeah. All right. Well, now they're announcing the trade.
I feel like they're not going to go offense unless they go offensive line here.
Yeah, you would think. Okay, it says the pick is in.
Yeah, and Greenyard and the Eagles, he's already signed a 4-year extension.
Didn't take long. All right, so the Browns go safety, Emmanuel McNeil Warren from Toledo.
He's a good value pick. I mean, he's pretty highly ranked for this point in the draft.
Yeah, good pick. He does, local boy, Toledo. Makes sense. You never tell if it's like tears of joy, like I just got drafted and I'm in the NFL now, or it's like, man, I gotta go to Cleveland. It's like, what the?
I don't think these guys care.
No, they shouldn't. I kid. Only because it's Cleveland. Won't be a problem for him. Anyways, like I said, he's went to Toledo, so he just down the street.
All right, well, we got another tight end off the board. Marlon Kellen, the Texans.
The Texans. So we got another blocker. Is that what it is, John?
Honestly, at this point, I'm having to double check.
Who?
I know. I honestly didn't even like.
I was
That's
just
why I'm
reading
asking, because I don't know.
Arlen Klein, my bad.
I was reading on the Jaguars subreddit reactions to that pick, and that wasn't very well received. So Marlon Klein had
Klein out of Michigan.
24 catches, 248 receiving yards, and a touchdown last year. That is it. Let me look. So my assumption is another blocking.
He's only had 12 college starts.
Yeah, he's a blocker.
Yep.
I mean, the Bleacher Report, scouting report is indicating a little bit more versatility in terms of lining up and having speed than our last tight end we discussed, but mostly just blocking. So
could be one of these picks where they're like, all right, we'll get him out there to block and see what we can do, maybe develop him as a receiver, like room to grow kind of thing. So, not going to have a major role right away, but it's probably no fantasy relevance here.
All right, so Titans just moved up to 60. Traded up with the Bears.
Titans, all right. What could the Titans do? They already got their receiver. Early was going to say maybe running back, but I don't know. The more we talk about it, the more like, I don't know if any of these guys really should be second rounders.
Yeah, and I mean, we still have McCoy available. I mean, I can't. I'm not quite sure who else is really available that teams are gonna really want to trade up for.
Yeah, well, somebody they coded, targeted. I mean, the Titans have plenty of needs, so this could be anything.
All right, Titans taking linebacker Anthony Hill from Texas.
Okay.
Linebacker.
Yeah.
It's a need. All right. So the Titans pick is in. We got 4 left this round right now. Scheduled to be the Rams, the Broncos, the Chargers, and then once again the Seahawks.
Let's get some offense in here.
I was gonna say, could the Rams now do what they didn't do yesterday and take a receiver?
Yeah, there's still some wide receivers that I think could help them.
There's a lot of, I mean, it's not necessarily a deep wide receiver class in terms of like extreme talent, but there's a lot of wide receivers in this class, as there is in any class. So there's a lot of names here.
Not necessarily bringing endorsements for the wide receiver.
Plenty of options.
There are wide receivers available.
Come on, Rams.
I'll tell you the guy. I like Antonio Williams. I think he'd be a good fit for them.
Yeah. That's a good one. And then after that, maybe we talk about tight end, the Broncos. Maybe they go Claire tight ends. Could make sense there. So let's see.
We need to see a quarterback go soon. Just spice things up here. But probably not this round.
Nah. Probably not. Yeah, Antonio Williams would be good, and I think they keep showing Mel Kiper's top. He likes Zachariah Branch
Yeah.
and Malachi Fields as the next receivers that are still available. You like those two guys?
No,
Forgot about Branch.
I don't like Branch at all.
He's like another like Debo Samuel type. He would make some sense to the Rams in terms of like having Puka and Adams in front of him, but I have a couple. I think there's other wide receivers a bit more upside here, like Brazil and
29% of his routes were screens.
Yeah, he's just like a gadget guy.
And he cannot handle. He's gonna have to be in the slot.
Yeah,
so I guess it'd be fine for the Rams, but
that's about it. I still like Jacoby Lane and Skylar Bell. You know, if we're talking like pure, like could line up in the slot, have PPR value regardless of landing spot. Those are the two names that I'm really looking at. But I do like CJ Daniels to a degree too. But you know, he's a little bit landing spot dependent as well.
Yeah, well, having seen Daniels athletic, he's really good at contested catches, but he's just not a great route runner.
And wherever Elijah Surratt goes, whenever he goes, I mean, he's still my guy. So I will die on this hill.
All right. Tight end of the Rams, Max Clare.
Nice.
The Rams. Wow.
Yeah.
What happened to Ferguson?
Well, they like those 3 tight end sets. Trying to make Sean McVay happy from last night, maybe. I don't know.
What do you want, Sean? What would really make you happy? Another tight end. All right. Yeah, it's just annoying because it's like you can't trust any of them.
No, you definitely can't. They'll all, you know, as soon as you start to get on one, the next one's going to start scoring the next week, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I don't think it's a great spot fantasy wise. I think he will have production this year, but
I'm thinking about how many tight ends do they actually do? Doesn't it feel like they draft a tight end every year? Because they still had Tyler Higbee. I don't know if he's still around, but remember they had Davis Allen, and everyone's like, "Oh, he could be a thing." No, and then the Terrence Ferguson. Oh, he's going to be a thing, and that's like. And then last year, I know they didn't draft him. Of course, we all remember the Kobe Parkinson sham where he trapped us all. But they have like 10 tight ends, like, which means they have like no tight ends for fantasy, right?
They're gonna run 4 tight end sets this year. They're like 3 tight end sets work so well. Let's try 4.
Yeah.
Let's just try. We'll have 2 tight ends on either side with Puka. You have 4 tight ends and Puka. That'll be the offense.
Yeah, it's really just to ensure they can continue to, you know, run this system. Yeah, it's not good for fantasy.
It's crazy. It's pretty good draft capital for a tight end. This is a receiving tight end. You know, they're not a blocking guy. They're not putting him out there to block. So this kind of drives me crazy. And the more I think about it, I don't like this. Not good for Claire, and it's not good for. I mean, Puka will still be fine. Puka will be okay. Devontae Adams will still score, 15 touchdowns, total like 50 yards in the season. But other than that, it's going to be really annoying offense.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put him in my bottom tier right now.
Mary Jo loves these picks because she's a Seahawks fan. What's up, Mary Jo?
I will say I'll have Claire ahead of the last 2 tight ends that were drafted still. So
yes, yeah. I'll have him ahead of them. I know I'm debating him putting him in the tier with like Stribbling and Bernard, but I don't know if I could put it. Maybe he'll just go in his own tier. Because I definitely like him better than Klein or Borkature, however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll just start a new tier. I'm sure the other guys will join him here shortly.
Yeah, prepare a new tier here. All right, we got Buffalo, then we got the Chargers and the Seahawks. So since Mary Jo's on here, she wants to know predictions for the Seahawks' second pick. what do they do?
I think they could go defense now. I mean, the running back was the biggest need.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they went offense. And they lost a couple key pieces, so to speak, from that Super Bowl team last year on defense. So
yeah, we talked a little bit about the ends, and then they didn't lose significant pieces. I mean, they're still mostly intact, which a lot of champion teams can't do that.
Sure.
Reek Woolen, probably the biggest name. So that maybe try to patch up the secondary a little bit, but I don't even know who the best available there is, but that would be my guess.
Yeah, I could see them really going any direction here, or even trading back if they wanted to.
Yeah, this pick is more a luxury for them right now. So let's see. They're on break. Well, Jamar McCoy is still there. So maybe
but now I saw a report where he might have to have another operation. His career longevity is in doubt.
Yeah, that's why he's falling. But, if there's a team that could take that chance, I guess it's Seattle. But at the same time, if you're like, oh, this guy might not even play, who knows? Then what's the point? All right. We'll see what happens here. Probably a couple more minutes. The Bills pick is in. Andre, you're still on there. Let's see if the Bills actually make this pick. Yes.
I mean, they traded up for this pick, so I assume they're going to make the pick.
Yeah, they're showing it's in. So we'll see what it is. Well, that means there's somebody they want. Yeah, not too surprising. I mean, it looks like now there's just a couple of picks left. No running backs. Not surprising at all, because it just wasn't even clear who would be the next one taken.
Give us some offense, Buffalo. DJ Moore's not enough.
Probably not. Really shocked with everything that they still even have. They still have Keon Coleman, right? He's still on the roster.
Yeah, for now. Is he on the last year of his rookie deal, I think?
I think he might have 2 more years. But you might be right. And they have Khalil Shakir,
All right, so Bills go corner. Davison Igbinosun from the Ohio State.
All right.
Chargers on the clock. And then Seattle.
All right. Yeah, they're announcing the Bills pick. All right, well, not a lot of craziness in round 2 either. We had a lot of trades, but they were all moving up a spot or 2 spots, and I don't know. I feel like no big surprises here. Would anything shock you, Chris? Anything that's
No. Except maybe the Browns drafting Boston. I did not expect them to go wide receiver again. Browns obviously investing heavily in the offense, getting very young. I mean, Judkins, Sampson, Fannin, Boston, Concepcion, Sanders, Shador, very young. They got to have the youngest offense in the NFL.
Yeah. The Rams continue to surprise, not to what expected. Some people talked about Simpson. I didn't think they would really do it at 13, but then also taking a tight end here, really? And yeah, still some good receivers on the boards. I just don't know why another tight end. John, any surprises for you?
No, I mean, I don't know why I keep forgetting that the Browns took Denzel Boston. I need to get that like engraved in my head, but I'm not shocked that Pittsburgh went wide receiver. I think it's Bernard's a good enough pick there. I think Stowers is a good long-term pick for the Eagles. He's a player that I definitely was eyeing tonight, but outside of that, we don't really have any fantasy impact here. I guess it's good that the Texans and Jaguars have some depth at tight end now for blocking. Max Claire's. I'm not shocked to that pick just because Sean McVay is obsessed with those 3 tight end sets. But once again, it's going to be very difficult to call in terms of fantasy production there. So yeah, not a super exciting round for what we're paying attention to. All right. We got Stribbling at for the Niners as well, which once again,
well, that was a surprise.
Yeah, he does fit the system, but he's going to be blocking a lot,
Exactly.
And Pearsall and Evans and Kittle and Tunges are still going to be. Christian McCaffrey probably ahead of all those guys, but that's going to be the primary pass catchers there. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's crazy. We got this round 3 wide receivers taken, 4 tight ends. That's not what I expected.
Didn't see that coming.
We'll see. Got 2 picks left to change that. Chargers pick is in, allegedly. Don't think they're going receiver. Highly doubt it.
I mean, they could. Keenan. They need a Keenan replacement.
True. They gotta just load up as many offensive linemen as possible to keep Herbert alive, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think. But remember, I think one thing a lot of people forget is they have Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt. Rashawn Slater got hurt in preseason and missed the entire year, and then Joe Alt got hurt in like week 10 and missed the rest of the season. Like, we're talking about 2 of the best offensive linemen in the NFL. Those guys are healthy. Total difference. So that being said, you could always use offensive line help.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point, is based on, those losses last year, and like you were scrambling. So I think
to interrupt, they did go center. So
okay.
There you go. So you never have too many offensive linemen is the point.
No. You can never have too many offensive linemen.
All right, Jake Slaughter from Florida. Oh, get out of here with your Gator chomp. Okay. 1 pick left. It's the Seahawks. Let's see.
Probably the top rated center who was available. So makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, Seahawks. I'm going to guess defense here.
Man, that Chargers wide receiver room is pretty thin, though.
Yeah, I loved Ladd last year. It didn't happen, but I think I'm going to like him even more this year.
Yeah.
Thin wide receiver room, Mike McDaniel there. I'm gonna fall for the Ladd trap hard again for sure in 2026.
I'll be the guy taking Quentin Johnston late.
I mean, I haven't been a QJ guy, but he at least had some upside last year, and again, it's the Mike McDaniel effect, right? You gotta
good chemistry with Herbert, so
yeah. Trey Harris, maybe, but Trey Harris didn't show me a lot last year.
Gosh, I think Keandre Lambert-Smith was like one of my top 5 most drafted players on Underdog. Just like my last round pick.
He joins the preseason Hall of Fame with guys like Marquez Callaway,
who was the
Carson Steele, some other guys that just like show out in the preseason and just disappear in the regular.
The Raiders wide receiver who was
everybody last year was like Deontay Thornton, right?
Thornton,
He's going to be the wide receiver 1 for the Raiders. Nothing.
Those are like
even when they traded Jacoby Myers, nothing.
I had too many Dante Thornton shares for sure in best ball, but hey, last round pick, you're like, yeah, why not? These guys are all flyers.
Yeah.
What about Gadsden? Got around the Gadsden. They do have some pass catchers.
He showed some nice signs. Yep. Gotta like Gadsden. He showed some flashes last year.
Man, I gotta shout out Pierre with the late week videos, the stashes last year, very early on, helped me a lot with Gadsden in some dynasty leagues. The year before, helped me early on with Jonnu Smith in some dynasty leagues too.
Told you. I was only half kidding when I said, remember, this became a thing. Jonnu Smith, league winner.
And he was.
I didn't really expect it to be true, and somehow it was true. But I mean, to some extent. I love me those deep late tight ends that nobody else knows about. Sooner or later, it's gonna be a thing. And it's a good point. Arthur said Mike McDaniel made Jonnu Smith a thing. Maybe he makes Oronde Gadsden the main thing this year.
Yeah.
Well, if you remember, he made Jonnu Smith a thing, but
and Darren Waller sort of a thing for 2 weeks.
Yeah, but that was literally post to almost career-ending concussions when the offense was literally like snap throw, right? It was like there's like 2 of us holding the ball for like less than 2 seconds because they were like, do not get hit. Just don't even have somebody run by you because the wind might knock you out. Just get the ball out of your hands.
Yeah. And they played the Bengals that week 15 of last year, I think.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt.
I know maybe it was Pittsburgh. It was a Thursday night game, and Pittsburgh was awful against tight ends last year.
But then he had that little stretch early in the season because in my wife's work league, she didn't have a tight end. Or like, I don't remember having her a tight end who she had. She might have had somebody terrible. And I was like, you need to pick up Jonnu Smith. So she picked up Jonnu Smith, and he was doing great. And then I remember she was in like must win to make the playoffs. And that was a week he had 0. It's 0 through 4 quarters. And then they went into overtime, and he was like the entire offense in overtime. And he ended with 13 points. Like, he literally had 0 points for 4 quarters. And then in overtime, he had like 3 catches and a game-winning touchdown. I was like, he's inevitable. Some guys are just inevitable. There's nothing you can do about it. Just let it happen.
Yep. There you go. Round 2 is over. The Seahawks took a safety, so they did address secondary. Got Bud Clark from TCU. And that is done. So now Cardinals are on the clock with the first pick of the 3rd round. Then we got the Broncos. And then the Raiders. And then the Eagles somehow are back on the clock after that. All right. So now we ask the exact same questions we keep asking. When's the next receiver going to get taken? Is any running back going to get taken? That's pretty much it.
I'm interested to see who the Broncos take.
Well, I'm hearing that the Cardinals are starting round 3 with Carson Beck.
I mean, I'm telling you, I've seen the rumor out there.
Wow.
But honestly, I feel like they could trade back and still end up with Beck if they want to. So
honestly, for a guy who took my hometown team to the championship game and almost won it, I'm ambivalent about Carson Beck. Because I've seen the good and I've seen the bad, and I just don't see him as a starting caliber pro QB. I really repeat what I said before. I think he's best served as a game manager. He's got experience, plenty of experience. He's got arm talent. It's just the decision making when things break down, like when he gets pressure in his face, like bad things happen. So Yeah, I think he's best suited for that role, and he needs to have a lot of protection in front of him. You got to remember, he had a good offensive line, like a monster offensive line protecting him last year. I mean, he had Maui Noah, who was a top 10 pick, and Markel Bell, who's like 6'7" and like 350, and other guys who might go pro next year. So he had the best possible situation, and he was still good, not great. So I think that's his ceiling, is that he's a high-end backup. But for the Cardinals, it makes sense because what else you got there? Jacoby Brissett, and that's it.
Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew.
You know, Jacoby might hold out. He wants a new contract, so
which is insane. It's insane. It's like, you're Jacoby Brissett, dude. Just be grateful you have a job.
Yeah, you fell into
Like,
that
what
job.
the heck?
Yeah, nobody else.
But yeah, Chris is right. There's reports that are saying, a leaked source, that this Carson Beck's the pick here. So
yeah, Carson Beck's a pick. Look, I have to rank him ahead of Ty Simpson. I mean, I think Ty Simpson is probably better, but who has a clearer path to playing? It's Carson Beck. Like, Ty Simpson, if you're drafting Ty Simpson, even in your super flex leagues, you're either hoping for a Matthew Stafford like career-ending injury, or that the guy retires after this year or something. I mean, you could be sitting there with Ty Simpson on your bench for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, like I said earlier, you know, if some of these quarterbacks had the chance to compete and start this year, their value does rise in terms of super flex dynasty leagues for sure.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to move off my Ty Simpson opinion that I don't think he's going to be a starting caliber quarterback ever in the NFL. But yeah, really the only quarterback I even think could do something is Nussmeier, and that's a big what if. I know, of course, Penn State quarterback, you got to talk about him just because he's Penn State quarterback, because they always get some quarterback who's got all the tools, but somehow is disappointing because all these things happen at Penn State. It's like, okay, just enough already. Like Drew Aller, just enough. But I think Nussmeier's the only one. If he gets the right landing spot, maybe. But I don't think Arizona is that landing spot just because they don't have a quarterback besides Brissett, and Brissett holding out. It's not a good landing spot, period. Just, we talked about this at the very beginning, which I don't know. I think we did this at the very, very beginning before you got on, John. I just kind of feel like Arizona is a place where elite prospects go to not die, but have their expectations significantly lowered and disappoint us. Like Kyler Murray has been like, okay, and Marvin Harrison's like, okay, he was a generational prospect, and I feel like Jeremiah Love is going to be okay. I don't know.
Definitely fair. I mean, we're going to have to see how LaFleur changes or doesn't change. I mean, can't be worse
than the good news for Carson Beck is he's not an elite prospect and he doesn't have high expectations. So maybe he can succeed in Arizona.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, and the pick is official now.
Yep, I'm seeing it. There it is, Carson Beck. All right. Oh, this is earlier than I thought he would go, honestly.
I mean, the Cardinals are desperate, right? They're just they're desperate.
Yeah. I mean, they also need just depth in general.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, good for Beck. Like, I mean, glad for him. He's going to maybe get a shot to actually compete at some point, if not right away, assuming they'll sign Brissett, but it's good for him.
Yeah, one of my best friends is a Cardinals fan, so I'm sorry I had to send a few texts to annoy him. But
yeah, I wonder what he thinks. Get his reaction.
Well, I had sent something earlier. I'm like, hey, this is what people were saying. He was like, not having it, so probably not happy. But you got your
Broncos go offensive tackle, so.
Makes sense. But that was their first pick in this draft, right? Yeah. And right now the Vikings have multiple picks this round due to that Eagles trade they did. But the Eagles are still on the clock and 2 picks. So
Eagles are always on the clock somehow.
Yeah.
Don't exactly know. Well,
all right. What we need here is Mendoza to be, reunited with his college teammate at wide receiver. We need Elijah Surratt to the Raiders.
I mean, the Raiders definitely need wide receiver.
I was gonna say that makes way too much sense. It should happen. We'll see. It's a new era for the Raiders, right? And Tom Brady really calling the shots there, supposedly.
It would make sense. It would help my theories of Elijah Surratt, being the thing. But yeah, Chris Bell is still available. I mean, I understand the injury and everything. Chris Brazell is still available. Skylar Bell, Jacoby Lane. I mean, I feel like I'm going to say this every 20 or 30 minutes. A lot of wide receivers out here,
Yeah.
Give us some fantasy discussion.
Yeah, it's weird that so many are falling. I'm trying to figure out why.
I'm just going to keep trying to actively call Elijah Surratt landing spot.
Raiders makes sense.
Yeah, eventually I might be right.
Yeah. Some point, assuming he gets drafted. Let's see the Broncos DT. Tyler Onyedim, another A&M player. All right, Raiders. Let's see what they do.
Raiders go defensive end Kieran Crawford from Auburn.
Dang it.
Missed opportunity.
Should have listened to me. These NFL GMs,
Should know better.
Jeez.
Yeah, they're very young on offense. I will say, a player that ideally could go to offense with an established quarterback and better, but Jalen Naylor had some moments, and he's, one of those guys that the production wasn't there. You got to understand, well, he had McCarthy at quarterback. So, but also like the peripherals and the metrics say he is actually doing a good job getting open, and he's been efficient when given the chance. So he could be a nice surprise if Mendoza is surprisingly good year one.
Yeah. And he's not very highly rostered in dynasty leagues right now. So
no, yeah, not at all.
Good stash for sure.
Yeah.
I know there's a point he was trending. Well, I guess he's moved up a little bit in terms of roster percentage, actually. Now I'm looking, but he's out there. I agree. It's a good call.
It doesn't have a lot of competition for targets, especially now they're not going to receiver. You got to realize he was behind Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. So
yeah,
and they had JJ McCarthy. But we'll see exactly what that offense looks like. I believe in Mendoza. I really think he's legit. He's a very smart guy, very accurate. He's not going to make bad decisions. That's the main thing, is the decision making, which is why I think Carson Beck is. Yeah, Mendoza, I think he's going to be the real deal.
I agree.
Let's see.
Has some rushing upside too.
All right, Eagles taking your boy Markel Bell.
Nice, man. Yeah, I don't hate the Eagles, but I hate that they're just already good and they keep making good picks.
That's what the Eagles do. The Eagles are there's those guys in your fantasy drafts that this guy could break out. This guy could go to the moon this year. This guy could do all this. And then there's that guy who's just making the sensible, you're just going to let me have Jonathan Taylor in round 2? Okay, I'll just take boring Jonathan Taylor. Oh, you're going to let me have boring Mike Evans in round 3? Okay, I'll just take boring Mike Evans. And then at the end of the year, why is his team so good and my team sucks?
Mm-hmm.
That's like the Eagles, right? They're just you're going to let this guy fall to us? Okay, we'll just take him.
Yeah, by the way, with Bell, I was wrong. Earlier I said he was 6'7", 350. He's 6'9", 346. So there you go.
Dang.
Yeah, he's a big boy. And so when that pick gets officially announced, which it hasn't yet, they're on commercial break, then it's going to be the Bears, then maybe the Niners, and then Washington. Your team's back up.
Yeah, we got Washington coming up. They could be in play for receiver here. Maybe Elijah Surratt. You never know.
I was gonna say, just keep saying it; it'll come true. Elijah Surratt right here, right now. No, really, that's just weird because it's not like any one, like this one player has fallen so far, but there's just still some good quality receivers left, and I'm surprised nobody's taken. Value.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind wide receiver for Washington. I wouldn't mind defense, but wide receiver is a need. We were talking about this last night. Like Luke McCaffrey, Treylon Burks. These are this is our wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. Like we can't go into this season.
Yeah, if we're gonna, help Jaden Daniels not get decimated this year, it's like he's gonna need to be able to throw to players who are not Treylon Burks. Yeah. And McLaurin's only got so much tread left on the tires, so
maybe Burks is just a late breakout. Just really late.
He had that one really cool catch last year, so
that's exactly what Chris said. He's like, he had that one catch. Come on, he had 10 catches last year.
He was supposed to be the next AJ Brown.
It's just a building block.
We got Van Jefferson. Don't forget about him.
Oh, can't forget about him because he doesn't.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot about him.
Never goes away. All right, they're announcing the Eagles pick. They're still catching up.
My favorite Van Jefferson memory will always be as soon as they won the Super Bowl, them rushing out being like, your wife's going into labor, and he had to leave right away. What a day. Yeah. What a day. You win the Super Bowl and have your first child.
It was nowhere to go from there but downhill.
Yeah. You should have retired after that.
Really? Like that, I'm done. I've done all I can do.
It's not going to get better than this.
Nope. And it didn't. All right. Announcing the bell. I watch my Miami highlights. Ooh, man. He just pancaked that guy.
There has to be some deep-rooted conspiracy with the Eagles on draft day where the league is just letting them have the best draft every year.
Yeah, man, they got studs. They got Lemon at 20, Stowers late-ish in round 2, and then Markel Bell. Yeah, the Eagles are going to be good again.
All right, Bears and Niners.
This all just helps Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
All right, the Bears pick is in, supposedly.
I feel like they're going to go defense again.
Sam Roush. Why? Tight end.
Oh, gosh.
Why?
I love they're showing.
Just use a top 10 pick on Colston Loveland last year.
You love when they show they just showed team needs, edge, corner, defensive tackle, kicker, and then it's but they take a tight end.
Yeah. I mean, they want to run the football first and foremost. We saw that last year. He's a blocking tight end. He had better, I'll say this, better production than the last 2 or 3 question mark tight ends we saw.
Yeah. He I profile him more as like one of those red zone threat tight ends.
Yeah, he's big.
Like, he's not going to be a guy who's going to catch 4, 5, 6 passes a game, but he'll catch 2, and one of them would be a touchdown. Yeah. And those guys have value, but now I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Yeah. 6'6", 267.
We have had 4 tight ends drafted and only 2 running backs.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd see some of these running backs. I mean, we got time here, but
so now I have like a tight end tier, apparently.
Yeah,
just ahead of my like basically do not draft tier, but you might have to draft them tier. Got Sam Roush and Max Clare in their own tier.
Yeah, I think I'd still have Roush ahead of the Jags and Texans picks there.
Yeah,
but not ahead of Clare, because at least he's it's the Ben Johnson system. It's presumably going to take another step forward with Caleb.
Yeah, I'll
next
probably
year.
put Clare ahead of him actually, just because of the Rams. But
yeah,
I mean, I know the Rams have a bunch of tight ends, but they're just a bunch of tight ends.
Yeah,
the Bears have Colston Loveland. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, like with this pick, you'd be like, well, what if Colston Loveland gets hurt? Maybe he gets a shot. With Claire, it'd be like, oh, what if their first 5 tight ends get hurt? Then maybe. Yeah. All right, Niners pick is in. It is.
Don't the Bears still have Cole Kmet too?
They do, yeah.
Jeez.
Oh yeah. Romello Height, edge rusher.
All right.
And now Washington.
All right, let's go. Wide receiver.
I have this feeling that Washington's going to go into the year with Rashad White and Bill as our running backs. I don't know if we're going to end up drafting one. All right, Elijah Surratt. Let's speak it into existence.
Oh yeah, you gotta make it happen.
Dolphins coming up soon here, pick 75 as well.
Dolphins, another chance to not take a receiver here. Let's see.
They've got pick 87 and 94 as well at the moment. So.
All right. Got the clock is back. Pretending there's a clock again. Minute and a half. And there's a commercial break. All right. All right. Grab me a drink. I'll be back.
I'm starting to get worried that we're not going to see a running back till round 4, 5, or 6.
I'm a little worried too. So you look here, we got. You never know, right? I mean, any of these teams could end up. A lot of these teams now they want complementary running backs. I mean, you never know. Team like the Colts or the Ravens, have a veteran.
Yeah. I mean, I think we could see Washington. I think we could see Cincy.
Jags.
We could see the Dolphins because I guess they have Jalen Wright and Ollie Gordon there, I guess. I still think Jags, Vikings.
I'd love to see Jonah Coleman go the Vikings still.
I mean, it would surprise me, Packers. I mean, Emmanuel Wilson was a solid backup last year. He's gone. Jacobs
is getting up there.
Yeah.
I mean,
these aren't like the best of landing spots. It wouldn't even surprise me if the 49ers take somebody because Brian Robinson gone.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they quite believe in Garendo's health.
But yeah, I guess the more they
But-
start to fall, I don't know. I feel wherever Coleman or Emmett Johnson go, I'm still good with them.
Yeah, but the Antonio Williams Commanders, I like that. I like him.
Nice. That is a good pick.
I like him. He's perfect he's a perfect complement to Terry.
Yeah, it's a good
Play
pick.
that flanker slot position. Doesn't, Terry can remain on the outside. He's gonna have to go in that tier with like Cooper, Concepcion, those guys now.
Yeah, he's probably still. See, the Concepcion thing is throwing me off now because Denzel Boston's in the mix. So I'm like, originally last night and today with Concepcion, I'm like, at least there's going to be volume, right? And now I'm just kind of like, what is really going on here? But I probably still have Concepcion, Boston, Cooper ahead of him, ahead of Williams. But I think this is a good pick.
Yeah, I'll put him ahead of Stowers.
Yeah, I'm just happy that we went offense.
Had to.
Got David Blau as our offensive coordinator now, so we have no real idea what we're going to look like. But apparently a lot of people in the building really like David Blau, so. Probably see Williams line up a good bit in the slot.
Yeah, I think he's a guy you can move him around. Terry plays that traditional outside left wide receiver. I know I heard some reports they might put him in the slot more this year, which I think would be good for him. But the nice thing about Williams, he's a guy you can move around. So even if Terry's in the slot, you can move him outside if you need to.
Yeah, he was far more productive in 2024 than last year, but still productive enough last year. But had a lot more red zone looks 2024. Had 11 total touchdowns. So,
well, what I liked about him, really good route runner. Good versus man, very good versus zone. Did struggle a bit versus press, which is why I was like, he can't be like your outside X wide receiver, but he's not going to need to do that here, so that's good. So he shouldn't face a ton of press coverage. He was one of my like kind of sleeper guys that I liked. If you look at his route tree on reception perception, I mean, the only routes he really struggled on were the out and the 9. Which is fine because Terry's probably going to run those routes anyways.
Yeah.
So I like this pick.
Let's cross our fingers. There's going to be a huge wide receiver run now.
Yes. So Matt Harmon, I mean, he finishes his write-up by saying, all that said, talent is talent, and Antonio Williams clearly has talent. In the right ecosystem, Williams is everything you're looking for in a high-volume slot option who can be on the field for the vast majority of plays. He wins against man, is a good route runner, can be relied upon at all levels.
Yeah, it's a good fit.
So I'm seeing that. By the way, you see Mark Rippon out there.
Was Mark Rippon out there?
Yeah, he's announcing the pick. He's
they got Antonio Williams. I'm happy about that. I like him. I think he's a good fit. I like that one.
That's a great pick, man. He's one of the out of all the receivers left. Yeah,
I still would have preferred Elijah Surratt,
I know he's your guy.
Really? Didn't know you liked him. No. Yeah, Surratt's good. But Antonio Williams, one thing is the separation is not an issue. I know you just finished talking about that with Harmon. I mean, it seems like a good fit. It's a really good fit, good system. This is, I mean, I think I prefer Williams over a guy like Concepcion based on landing spot right now.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that. If that moves them ahead of like Concepcion and Boston and some of those guys. Like I was telling Chris, I'm back and forth now with this Browns wide receiver room since they drafted 2 wide receivers.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I liked both Concepcion and Boston better than Williams. Not by a ton, but a little bit better. The other question is, what about how does he relate to like a Omar Cooper?
Yeah. It's tough because once again, I mean, Cooper, Concepcion, Boston, I still think are better prospects.
Yep.
But as we were talking about a few
got-
moments ago, Williams going to walk right into volume because even with Terry there, because outside of Terry and Chig and Rashad White, we're not looking at stud wide receivers on this team. So.
Yeah, I'm moving him ahead of those guys
Nice.
for right now because he's going to be the wide receiver 2 for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Yep.
Zach Ertz is gone. I mean, he should have a ton of target. Like, I mean, Cooper is still on the Jets with Geno. I do like Concepcion a ton. I really was sad when he went to the Browns.
Yeah.
And then Boston being there now too. It's like, man.
Yeah, Boston was never a short thing, I think, to begin with. Cleveland kills a lot of his value. Bengals take a cornerback, so smartly addressing the defense. Yeah, this is great for Antonio Williams. Like you said, he could step in and immediately be like the number 2 target. So this moves him way up.
I will say this: there's still. I'm not saying this will change either your guys' minds, but plenty of loose reports that the Commanders are going to sign Brandon Ayuk when they can.
Right.
Yeah. Just saying,
Why?
That's he decides to play.
Him and Jaden Daniels are friends, but I don't know if that moves anything for me. I would still argue that Williams is the guy to have. So,
I mean, is Brandon Ayuk even healthy? Is he even into it? Is he even in shape?
yeah, I know.
Yeah, and also there were supposedly Washington was in on Alec Pierce, and then they didn't get him, but they were pursuing. So they're still looking for help. They've been looking for help, and then Ayuk is the thing. And that has to matter until it doesn't.
We shall see. All right, we got a tight end off the board. Oscar Delp to the Saints.
I mean, they need a tight end.
Oscar Delp. Well, he's an interesting prospect. What do you think?
20 catches last year. That's about my.
He's not going to be out there to block a whole lot, is he?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be out there to block.
Not the biggest. Got decent size, but it could be interesting. Not a lot of production, but he'll have a role. Another tight end, yes. Another tight end has been taken. That's the story here.
Yeah, like a lot of the other tight ends we went over. I mean, it's the ability to block is there, and the ability to potentially catch the football is there. It's just going to come down to how the teams utilize him or don't utilize him, and probably won't be very fantasy relevant.
Probably not. All right, Giants traded up, so Giants on the clock now.
Yeah, they haven't picked in a bit here. It's beginning of the second. And they've been all defense or offensive line, so.
All right, looks like we got a wide receiver. We got the Wan'Dale Robinson replacement.
Yeah. Fields.
Malachi Fields.
Malachi Fields, Notre Dame.
Yeah,
Well,
I like this.
It depends on how they envision him, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's an interesting player. I mean, like, you have some analysts or whatever have him. We talked about it earlier. Mel Kiper had him pretty high, and some people don't really care for him, but he only had 36 catches this past year and turned it into 630 receiving yards, 5 touchdowns. So,
well, here's my worry for him: 58% success rate versus press, 64% versus man, but 81% versus zone. If they envision him as like that power slot to replace Wan'Dale Robinson, I think he can be good. But if they want him to, like, I kind of compared to like Keon Coleman when he was coming out as a prospect. I said, if he can go somewhere where he can be a slot guy, like a power slot, I think he could be productive. But if he goes somewhere where he's going to be asked to be like that X receiver, he's going to struggle. And he went to Buffalo and they wanted him to be the next Stephon Diggs, and he's struggled. So if the Giants see his role being in the slot, I think we'll be okay here. But, they do have Neighbors who should be the X receiver. He's healthy. So I'm going to pencil him into the slot. I'm going to move him into that. I'm going to move him into that tier with like Stribbling, Bernard, but I'm going to have him ahead of those guys, I think, right now. I might even put him, I don't know, maybe even the tier above ahead of Stowers.
yeah, and I mean, I think a bit of the same argument for Antonio Williams in terms of like potential production is you look at this roster right now. I mean, he's going to have the opportunity to walk in here and be wide receiver 2.
That's true.
But you have some names like Darnell Mooney, Darius Slayton, Calvin Austin. I mean, say what you want about those guys, but he's still going to have to beat out some veteran competition, So
they are wide receivers, that's for sure.
They are. They play the position. So, and I guess Isaiah Likely's will get production here too at tight end. But
again, I'm gonna hope.
I don't think it's the worst landing spot.
Well, let's hope this is a start of wide receiver run because the Dolphins are on the clock. Let's see what they do. Pick has not been announced yet, though.
Like, I like Cooper, Concepcion, and Boston better as prospects, but we're talking about Cooper on the Jets with Sadiq and Garrett Wilson and Geno Smith. We're talking about the Browns, both those wide receivers. I mean, I wonder if I just move Fields ahead of those guys too.
Yeah, I mean, I think once again, the argument's there that he can walk into wide receiver 2 volume.
And it doesn't really sound like Neighbors is going to be ready to start the year.
Yeah, my concerns around Neighbors are continuing to grow as much as I absolutely still love him as a player. It's like, man, concerning.
I think another concern is just how pass heavy is that offense even going to be in general. That Harbaugh's a pretty smart guy, and he's never won by having a pass-heavy attack, right? He's going to want to try to improve that defense, be a little more conservative, and he might actually care about, having Jackson Dart keep his head on his body and not have him running around for his life every other play. So, yeah, just volume might be a slight concern. But let's see.
All right, Dolphins need a receiver.
They do. You know what? Let's keep saying it. Surratt, Bell, one of those guys.
No, somebody bad.
No. What do you mean somebody
Honestly,
bad?
This might be the one landing spot for Elijah Surratt I would not be happy with.
Yeah, you can't. You just can't. It's like, this is...
You're killing me. I get it, but I don't like it.
It's like this fantasy abyss right here. Whoever
But see, Bell makes perfect sense because then they don't need him to be healthy and ready right away. You know, you develop him a little bit, and next year, stud.
Yeah, when they get a quarterback next year. Although I will say I'd give the Dolphins a better chance of getting the number 1 pick than probably any team, to be honest. So,
ouch. But let's see. They take a wide receiver that nobody knows. Wow.
Caleb Douglas. Well, good. I can just rank him down at the bottom and move on. You know what?
Thank you. You got your wish. You spoke it into existence.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and criticize me, but as our dynasty expert, I am not versed on Caleb Douglas.
Yeah, I'm not really. Let's see.
I mean, the team obviously last year was known a lot more for their defense. Was solid enough production.
6'4", 206. Okay, he's a good contested catch guy. Drops a lot of passes.
Welcome to the club.
Physical corners at the line, so he doesn't handle press very well. Needs extra steps, gather and redirect and come at. Yeah. So he's like a big vertical wide receiver who's not very good at it.
Kind of like a Quinn Johnston-esque.
You know exactly what this is. You know what it is, and this makes sense because this guy went to Texas Tech, right? Exactly what they did a couple years ago. You remember Eric Exukama? Wait, remember that guy? Texas Tech, kind of a bigger guy, not super fast, and he can make some. This is the same guy. This is like Eric, whatever his name is, 2.0. That's exactly what it is.
Did Matt Harmon even in the mini roundup even cover him? I don't think so. No.
Yeah, for what it's worth, he had okay production the last 2 years.
I mean, I'll still put him ahead of Carson Beck even in Superflex.
I mean, yeah, and
that. He had a good speed score, apparently 91st percentile.
Yeah, he's a vertical deep guy who can high point the ball but can't always come down with it.
Great.
And Great. The same argument we've been kind of talking about. We look at this wide receiver room for the Dolphins, and it's very bad. So he's going to have
the Steelers drafted Drew Aller.
Oh.
Interesting. Insignificant, but interesting.
Well, I mean, it might be significant.
Yeah. He definitely is going to have a chance to play this year. Yeah. I guess if Rodgers is not there.
Maybe. Well, what do you think, John? Aller, he's, again, another Penn State quarterback that, all the physical tools and does nothing. But do you think he could be something?
Could be. Going to have the chance to try, I mean, we have Will Howard.
And Mason Rudolph right now.
Rudolph and then the ghost of Aaron Rodgers. So, I mean, it literally could just be a depth, scenario here. Yeah, I'm not crazy about it, but in Superflex Dynasty formats, there's going to be some relevancy here. But, I do agree that I don't think he's the best available quarterback. I'm surprised that Newsmeyer still available, even though a lot of the reports had the Cardinals apparently falling in love with Beck. But yeah, I mean, he's draftable in Superflex Dynasty rookie drafts. Outside of that, that's about it. And then really, once again, like we're gonna be waiting for news on Aaron Rodgers before we can really make any sort of potential assumption, and probably would assume that one of the two quarterbacks on the roster right now are going to have the advantage. So we'll see.
We'll see. Well, another quarterback.
Hayden Winks tweeted out, "I've never heard of Caleb Douglas."
Honestly, just to get this out of my system. Okay, so Matt Harmon profiles a lot of receivers. Did not profile him. I have the Draft Sharks rookie guide. It has 26 college receivers ranked, and he is not one of them.
Wow.
Yeah, when I did the rookie rankings for the Dynasty channel, I mean, I sat down for a while and went, especially because it's a thinner class overall, I went like pretty in depth to get at least, it was either 15 or 20 receivers together, and I don't think he came up at all during my research. But hey, I mean, you know, Pierre, you never know. Could be a diamond in the rough.
It's true. We do never know. And you know what? Maybe it'll be a step up from Tutu Atwell. Maybe.
You know what? He's probably who he's gonna be. Probably his comp.
Yeah, a tall version of Tutu Atwell.
Yeah.
Packers take a DT. Chris McClellan. So now the Colts are on the clock, and then the Falcons.
All right, I think we could see some receivers gone by any of these next three teams. Then I think Jaguars and Vikings, if they stay put, we could see a running back or two gone too. So there's some hope here for some fantasy relevancy. That's not Caleb Douglas or Drew Aller. So
yeah, there's no fantasy relevance there. It's just call it what it is. Oh man. Well, maybe this just helps our odds of getting Arch.
Yeah, I was thinking about that a little bit.
Right? Maybe that's what I should be rooting for.
That is what you should be rooting for.
All right. Come on down.
What's the point of rooting for your team to win like 3 games this year?
This is true. This is true.
Pierre, you have
Matt Harmon tweeted out, charted 31 wide receivers in this draft class, most in the site's history. Caleb Douglas wasn't one of them.
Oh, we know. We know.
So I'll be getting to him tomorrow.
Way to go, Dolphins.
Pierre has to draft Caleb Douglas on his best ball teams this year.
At least once. At least once and only once.
My prediction is Caleb Douglas will be this year's preseason hype train that does nothing in the regular season.
It brings up an interesting point in deeper dynasty leagues, at least, and maybe in redraft. If they don't draft another receiver, you know, we got guys like Jalen Tolbert and Malik Washington. One of these guys could be a thing this year.
Yep. But you know how it'll be, because Douglas will need to get reps in preseason. He'll play like, you know, the entire second half of games and have a couple highlight reel touchdown catches, and everybody will be like, you have to draft. This guy's going to be the wide receiver one on the Dolphins. You got to draft this guy, and then he'll do nothing all year.
Yeah, he could be the wide receiver one for the Dolphins and still do nothing.
True. That's true. That is true. All right, Colts go safety. We got Falcons on the clock now.
All right. Oh, man. Yeah, just watch Jalen Tolbert. It's going to be a late age breakout. He's the next Traylon Burks.
I like Tolbert.
Yeah, I like Tolbert. Okay.
There you go. The Willis Tolbert connection, league winning.
He's about 50% rostered in dynasty leagues. So, I mean, if they don't draft another receiver, he's a pickup in my opinion.
I'm looking at my rankings right now. obviously subject to change. And I'm just like, man, why do I have like so many tight ends and QBs ranked? It's because no running backs have been drafted. There's like no running backs.
We need the Jags and the Vikings this round. Step it up.
This is not the year to need a rookie running back.
No.
Unless you have the 101. Wow, Falcons go Zachariah Branch.
Yeah, they've been another team that, I had mocked a lot of different kind of later on wide receivers too. It makes a lot of sense.
I mean, he's got a role there. Although, don't they still have Ray McLeod?
No, he got cut last year. Remember?
Did he? So they need him. Hopefully, I mean, Drake London's going to be the X, so that's good.
Pitts is on the team as of now. They have Olamide Zacchaeus, another one of Chris's favorites, and Jahan Dotson.
Jahan Dotson. Wow.
Oh, Dotson.
I don't know. I wasn't very big on Zachariah Branch.
Yeah,
I mean, there's targets here, but I still don't care. I think I'm going to put him even behind Stribbling and Bernard. Maybe I'm too low on him. What do you think?
It's Stefanski's their head coach now, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a little enticing. Offensive minded.
He is offensive minded.
I think he's probably closer at least to like the Fields. It's the same argument though. I mean, is he going to walk in and be a wide receiver too? Or do you not believe in that capacity? Plus this offense is going to revolve around, Bijan and
in London.
Just Bijan. and Drake London, of course, like we already talked about. And we'll see if I guess.
All right, I'll move him. I'm going to keep him in that tier, but I'll move him ahead of Stribbling and Bernard. Because he does have less competition for targets than those guys, theoretically.
I mean, they needed a receiver, and I'd really liked like a Skylar Bell or Jacoby Lane to them, but Branch makes sense.
He can play a specific role.
Yeah, I mean, you look before last year. I mean, he did hardly nothing in his collegiate career, and last year was like good enough. So,
well,
yeah, the thing is, like, I looked at his profile.
It actually makes sense if either Tua or Penix, it's the quarterback there. He's fast, catch a bunch of screen passes. That's what he does. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Tua, get the ball out of his hands in 0.2 seconds. Just give it to Branch and then see how fast he can go.
So, I mean, he wasn't even like – he was like only average on screens as far as like his success rate. He wasn't even like – most guys have 100% success rate on screens because it's a screen. Like, how do you not have that? He wasn't even 100. He did run the dig and the comeback pretty well. He was terrible at everything else. But again, 29% of his routes last year were screens. 40% success rate versus press. Like, he has to be in the slot.
Exact type of prospect that Chris does not like.
He was in the backfield on 8% of his snaps. Like, I mean, he's like a gadgety guy. He's like a, I mean, I almost want to say like a Kadarius Toney, although he doesn't have the
twitch.
Yeah, like he doesn't have that twitchiness, although he was good in space.
Yeah, I would have really liked like a Skylar Bell here to the Falcons, just being able to like purely line up in the slot or add another like
actually
red zone
he kind of
threat.
does profile very similar to Kadarius Toney now that I look into it more. Oh boy. Kadarius Toney 2.0.
Yeah, like guy we mentioned earlier, Rondell Moore, similar.
Yeah,
That's
those guys just rarely pan out for fantasy because they just don't get the volume.
Yep.
And you can't just live off of like big plays every week.
Yeah. Man, I'm kind of shocked that I understand the concerns, but that Chris Bell is still available.
Yeah. I get he was injured, but still, I mean, I think he's a ton of upside. I'm a little biased. I remember seeing him against Miami play, but he just owned us. I mean, he was a monster, and that's good defense. And he showed a lot of, like, he's got that yak ability. He's tough. He's a tough receiver. He has some burst. Maybe he's not the best separator, but he can get open. He's not a guy who needs to have the screen passes, and I think he could. I think he could succeed. So yeah, I don't know why he hasn't been drafted yet, unless it's injury concerns. But I hope he goes to a good spot.
Well, another wide receiver I don't like going to the Ravens, Jacoby Lane.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
Do you like Lane in general? So Lane is a guy also feels like
he's going to be
physically like he's a bigger, stronger receiver, but like, can he actually get open in the NFL?
Yeah. One thing I talked a lot about with Jacoby Lane is, he's going to be a red zone threat. So I like this. I don't love it because you're basically looking at Zay Flowers and Mark Andrews. We don't really know what this offense in terms of the system is going to look like this year with the switches and the coaching staff. So I think it's okay. He really helped out in terms of some looks for Mekhi Lemon this year. And then Lemon was so productive this year. We go back to 2024 and watch some of Lane's tape from 2024. He just had a nose for the end zone. He had 12 receiving touchdowns 2024. So there's good potential here, but I do think there's some question marks around this offense at the same time. I can get either argument.
Yeah, he's a guy. He'll be one of those guys that will, like you said, he'll make like a highlight reel catch or a highlight reel touchdown. I just don't see him being like, a week in, week out producer. So I got him. I'm going to put him down there with like the Stribblings and the Bernards, like just guys I don't like. Can you really count on these guys week in, week out? I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
And unless we think the Ravens are going to completely change their identity. I mean, this is already a pretty low volume offense when it comes to targets anyways.
Yeah, there's just not really any receivers. So it goes back to that same argument because there's like been rumors that they want to trade or cut Rashad Bateman. And then after that, aside of Flowers, there's nobody.
Right.
Except for Mark Andrews. And obviously Derrick Henry's not going to be catching the football. But yeah, I think the bigger issue is we don't really know what to expect out of it this year. There's potential though. But yeah, Chris Brazell is still available. I know he had some like character issues, but he was probably the most productive wide receiver that is available next to my guy Elijah Sarad and/or a healthy Chris Bell. So there's still a lot of good names at receiver. Ted Hurst.
I do like Ted Hurst.
Yeah.
He's a good sneaky one.
And I think Skylar Bell is still very, very sneaky. If he can get a good landing spot, I think he could be a PPR type guy.
Yeah, good landing spot for Bell or Hurst. Gladly take them over Lane. Even though Lane is going to have an opportunity, but yeah, I think he's just purely going to be a red zone threat. Guy will catch a couple touchdowns, but that's it. Like 1 touchdown, 5 yards.
Jaguars go defensive tackle, no running back. Albert Regis out of Texas A&M.
Another A&M player.
Yeah, I think we're gonna really have to wait till tomorrow for these running backs.
No, Vikings are gonna take one.
Maybe. The Vikings have how many? 3 picks coming up?
The Jags have another one at 88. So
all right,
and at pick 100. So we've got hope, guys.
Still chance. Still chance.
It's going to be like the Buccaneers take a running back and just make everything confusing. Or I don't know.
Who did they signed Pacheco? No, Pacheco went to the Lions.
They have who
did they bring in?
The Bucks?
They brought in somebody, didn't they?
They brought Tucker back.
Gainwell.
I know they brought Tucker back.
Gainwell, thank you.
Gainwell, yeah, which is like
He's just a Rashad White replacement, basically.
Exactly. Which
Same role.
yeah.
Tootin, yeah, all the Tootin truthers are like, no running backs.
Yeah, I mean, the Jag-
don't sleep on Chris Rodriguez, man. Liam Cohen coached him in college, really likes him.
True.
And they don't have a ton of draft picks, if I'm not mistaken. So they may not want to draft a running back.
What's up, Andy? Chiming in. Thank you. Did the Bears F up in round 2? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't really understand. I don't really understand.
Round 2? He's talking about round 2.
Got Logan Jones.
Well, that's true, because I guess they took. Like, I don't really understand their.
They took a center.
Yeah, which is fine, but that offensive line was pretty good last year. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like they need some defense. They haven't really taken any defense.
Well, they got that safety in round 1. Diamond or whatever, he fell to them. I don't know. I don't think taking offensive lineman is ever a bad move. You can never have too many.
True.
Roush in round 3 is like whatever. That,
Yeah, that's.
I
That's
don't
where
know.
they
wonder-
ended up.
I wonder if they want to move him to guard or not, because I mean, they already have a starting center and Drew Dahlman.
Mm. So, I mean, can't say they knocked it out of the park or anything, but I don't think they massively screwed up. I mean, they didn't take a receiver that like nobody has ever charted before, Something like that.
I mean, that's pretty incredible.
It is. Can't imagine a team doing that. The Vikings are still on the clock, for what it's worth. Well, you know what? Let's talk Kyler Murray. Does Kyler Murray make something of himself now in a new system, and now he's out of Arizona? Was it the Cardinals? They're the problem the whole time?
I don't know if the Cardinals are the problem the whole time, but I'm gonna fall for Kyler Murray just because of Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Kevin
I don't
O'Connell.
know. It didn't do wonders for JJ McCarthy's development.
Well, JJ McCarthy, that's a different level of bad there. All right, like, let's be real. Kyler Murray has never been as bad as JJ McCarthy was last year.
I mean, even Carson Wentz was okay when he played last year.
True. What do you think, John? Are you in on Kyler Murray?
Yeah, I think he's a great value right now. My bigger concern, like whether we're talking redraft or dynasty, I think in redraft is, do we have, sometimes you see a player like that in the offseason move up too much, or like in terms of dynasty, move up too much in value. But I think, once again, I agree. I've always loved the Kevin O'Connell system. It's always been quarterback friendly, and he's got JJ and Addison to throw to. I guess Hawkinson's still there, tight end. Okay, running backs. Maybe they draft one, maybe they don't. So I've also like always, for some reason, been a Kyler truther. So I'm there. In terms of fantasy, I think I'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna fall for it.
He's one of the few players I think we've always been more on the other end of. Chris more on the truther side and me on the skeptical side. But I mean, I feel better about him now, but I don't know if I'm going to be in on him per se. We'll see. The Vikings go boring again. Take someone I'm not aware of, Dominique Orange, a defensive tackle.
All right.
So instead of back-to-back running backs, we got back-to-back defensive tackles.
Yep. It's par for the course these days.
Yeah. There's still hope. We got plenty of picks.
Yeah, Vikings defense heavy draft.
Yep.
So now we got the Panthers pick is in.
Yeah, I could see them going running back. Rico Dowdle gone. They didn't really replace him with anybody. I mean,
It's just Chuba.
Jonathan Brooks, Trevor Etienne. I guess his last name is. Has anybody asked Trevor Etienne how they pronounce his last name?
No.
What? You can't say.
You haven't heard this?
No.
Travis Etienne, when he went to New Orleans, said his name is Etienne, is pronounced Etienne.
What?
But in college, nobody could pronounce Etienne, which is not that hard of a name to pronounce because we've been pronouncing Devon Etienne for years with no problems. And he said his name is actually Etienne, Travis Etienne.
Oh,
I think he's just trying to give himself more credit. Like, oh, that's my name. Those are my stats.
Ooh,
Etienne. It's not Etienne. It's Etienne. Come on.
No, he said Etienne.
I'm not saying Etienne. Not
Chris Brazzell second to the Panthers.
yeah. That is interesting.
But I don't know, like, what's his role going to be?
Well, it's going to boil down, I think, to your belief in, Pierre's all-time favorite player, Jalen Coker, is probably going to be in the slot, and then Tet's going to be the one. I think Legette's out the door here.
Yeah, I think they're done with Leggett. But, I mean, this guy profiles as an X wide receiver, played X in college.
Yeah. It's a tough read because, once again, I mean, I had him ahead of every wide receiver we've seen gone tonight. But this is an interesting. I mean, I like the idea of getting Bryce Young more weapons here, but it's kind of a tough read for sure. Like, I think Antonio Williams and Malachi Fields are in better positions here.
Oh, I can't put him in that tier myself.
Yeah, it's just not a.
I think he's going to be in the Branch Lane, Stribbling, Bernard tier for me. I think I'll still put him ahead of Bernard.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe Stribbling too, just because.
It's fair to ask concerns with Brazell coming out of Tennessee. Like another Jalen Hyatt, right? We just talked about Dante Thornton is, coming out of that system. You're worried that he might just be that same kind of guy.
Yeah, they run that Mickey Mouse offense there.
Yeah, he's like known for top end speed. But he is a big receiver. 6'5", 200 pounds. Yeah, I don't love this spot for him. But I think it's probably more of a case of like they probably weren't, in my opinion, expecting him to be here. Best player available.
Well, it might be interesting if they do try to put him, like do with him what they tried or wanted Leggett, or however you say his name, to be, like that big slot instead of being, a guy who just runs straight down the field like a sacrificial receiver. But, then Coker is there. He could do the slot thing pretty well. So it just depends how they use him.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they're invested in this offense, going tackle in the first round and then getting Brazell here, but we'll see. And I forgot they went defensive tackle in the second round, but this was a playoff team last year, so
somehow
hard to believe.
Almost beat the Rams.
I forgot that they were a playoff team. My goodness.
Yeah. Game was closer than you remember.
That's true. Because it was like, wasn't it in Carolina with like terrible weather?
Yeah. It's just like one of those, like the Rams weren't finishing drives.
Yeah.
The score was closer than the game actually was. But yeah, like if he had,
I don't know. This might just make me higher on Jalen Coker.
There you go. It's about time.
Go Kids.
Coker high goes together.
It definitely does.
Where's Keith? Keith, you still on here? Come on, Keith. Cokeheads unite. Let's go. Commercial break, but the Bucks are on the clock, and then the Steelers and the Chargers, and then another chance for the Dolphins to screw up.
Who could they take this time?
Punter.
Oh, man.
Man, I almost feel bad for Jermon McCoy.
Still, you got to think at some point it's like you got to take the chance, right?
Yeah, I could see the Bucks taking the chance right here, actually.
Yeah, and you get multiple picks here in this range. One of those teams. Why not take the chance? Vikings.
No, the Bucks take Ted Hurst.
Oh, really?
Oh man, they love their wide receivers there in Tampa. I like Ted Hurst too. He fills the Mike Evans role.
Yeah, and you got to think that Godwin's, getting close to the end. But yeah, I mean, Nick Buka, Godwin, McMillan, Tez Johnson did things last year. It's interesting.
What are your thoughts overall on Hurst? Did you have him going in this range, or do you think he belongs later?
I don't think it's super surprising to see him go here. Once again, Chris Bell, Elijah Surratt, even Skylar Bell, I liked ahead of him, but I do like him in general. I just don't know. I mean, it's tough to say with this roster exactly how they're going to use him. But he's an X receiver, and he's a big enough receiver, 6'3", 200 pounds.
Yeah, and he handled press well. So
he's got a great catch radius. You throw it up. I mean, kind of like Chris said, kind of like Mike Evans. Throw it up to him. He's gonna have a chance. So he's a pretty good route runner as well. So
yeah, I don't think I could put him in that tier with like Cooper, Concepcion, Boston, Williams, those guys, but I'm going to put him at the head of the next tier.
I mean, we know that Baker's going to sling it, whether he's got a healthy shoulder or not. And, so.
Yep. Well, athletic guy. I mean, got the size and speed, pretty good offense, just not coming from a major conference kind of thing. We'll see. Yeah. But they don't need him to step up and really do much right away. So interesting, much more interesting in Dynasty. I think worth a late round pick.
All right, so the Browns traded up, took another offensive tackle.
I think my Elijah Surratt dreams are starting to die quickly here.
Yeah, watch. He's going to go to Miami right here.
No, that would be too good of a pick. Can't do it. Can't do it. They replanted their flag on the Caleb Douglas.
I mean, they're obviously going for the number one pick. They're like, let's draft a guy that has no chance of making us better.
Well, then just trade down and get picks from next year, It's like, well, but no, they actually need just like healthy bodies because they cut half the roster. So then now they just need to like fill, lockers. Like, just need somebody. Go have a pro day for the UFL players and see who wants to show up and play in the pros. So the Steelers did a pick, a defensive player. Browns, you said, boring. Here come the Dolphins again, 23rd for this round. Then we got a few more picks.
Man, whoever gets Chris Bell is gonna get a steal.
Agree. Hopefully it's not the well, it can't be the Browns. Let's see. Raiders. That would be nice. Hey, Raiders could still get Surratt.
It could. I really like Skylar Bell too. So I think those three guys could still be in this third round range. And
yeah, the Rams have a pick left. They could finally get receiver unless they want another tight end.
For me, I think Bryce Lance is okay. But after that, there's a pretty significant drop off in terms of receiver value. So I don't know. We could see some more go here. You can't feel great that these teams aren't really valuing these running backs at all, but
yeah, they're not valuing running backs at all.
Nope.
I'm going to die on my hill on Emmett Johnson and Jonah Coleman, though.
Well, it's not encouraging, but it's not like we've never seen a 4th, 5th round running back succeed. So that's the hope now, right situation. Could happen.
Because, if you really look at, we've got Garrett Newsmeyer, got Mike Washington, Emmett Johnson, Coleman, everyone else at running back. And then, like I said, Bell, Surratt, Bell. In terms of fantasy relevancy, I think that's about all that's left. And we're stretching some of those names I put out there. I will say I like Roman Hemby, the running back out of Indiana. I think he benefited from.
I like him.
Yeah, I think he benefited from being on that offense last year. But the Penn State running backs are still available. Jamari Taylor. But yeah, we're running out of fantasy names here quickly.
Yeah.
Well,
all right. Dolphins go tight end Will Kasmarek from Ohio State.
There you go. Another tight ends that nobody's heard of. Another non-fantasy relevant player. The highlights are literally him blocking.
Widely regarded for his elite run blocking ability. He acts as an extra tackle in the run game.
That's it.
Good for
Devon. One
Devon.
of the top 3 blocking tight ends in the draft.
Yes. Nailed it. That's exactly what you want to hear. Fire up the fan base. We got one of the best run blocking tight ends in this draft.
It would have been different if Max Clare wasn't on the team,
Yeah, sure.
That's the only reason he had 15 catches last year.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's going to explode for 16 catches.
Well, somebody's got to catch the ball in Miami.
We already established it's Jalen Tolbert's offense, and everyone else is just there to watch.
It might be Jalen Tolbert's offense.
Yep. All right. Yeah, when people are asking, someone asking Dolphins draft yesterday, the first round. It's it was boring but smart. So far today, it's boring.
That's it.
I don't know if it's smart.
Yep.
But if you're going for the number 1 pick next year, it's actually genius.
There you go. There you go.
I'm reading that Chris Brazel lined up on the left side of formations 100% of the time last year.
Yeah, it's usually a red flag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also reading that Jalen Coker is 6'3", T-Mac is 6'4", Brazel is 6'5".
Yeah, they like their big wide receivers. What's his name? The coach there.
Yeah, compensate for the not big quarterback. He needs
yes.
2 tall targets so we can see him. All right. Well, we got a commercial break, but the Jags are on the clock, and then the Bears and the Niners, then Raiders and Cowboys.
Just give us a running back. Just one.
Just
I have a sneaky suspicion the Cowboys are going to end up with McCoy. They like to draft injured guys.
true.
I mean, at this point, I think whoever takes a chance, it's worth it.
Sure. Yeah, I'm still kind of perplexed on the Ted Hurst pick, but if you think about it, like, I guess they don't really have an X receiver at all.
No, because Mike Evans is on the 49ers now.
Yeah, and Godwin,
Igbuka didn't really play that role. Kind of struggled in that role.
Yeah,
It's not really McMillan's role. Definitely not Godwin's role.
yeah.
Jaguars went D-line. So I think Hurst, I liked him. I mean, he's like
sneaky.
Wasn't one of the top receivers, but I thought he had potential and it's a pretty good landing spot. I mean, there's a lot of target competition. That's the downside, but it's a team that will probably throw a lot.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Baker will chuck it.
Yeah, the Jags are just having flashbacks of not being able to stop Josh Allen at the goal line.
Yeah,
in the playoffs.
As they should.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Arthur's asking, should the Cowboys go? I think Skylar Bell.
I mean, it really depends on the status of George Pickens, which once again, I think Pickens will be there. I think as long as CeeDee and Pickens are there with having tight end locked up too, probably not, but I don't think it would hurt. They don't really have a ton of depth behind those two guys, so.
Bears select wide receiver Xavier Thomas.
What is this?
What?
I don't know who Xavier Thomas is.
Well, Ben Johnson does. So.
Thank God, at least
Out of LSU. Yeah, did not a whole lot last year. Or ever.
He did run a 4.2840. He's 190 pounds.
It's the next Luther Burden. Yeah, this is gonna at least make Pierre feel better about.
At least they're not the only team that took a nobody receiver. There you go. Thank you, Bears.
He is just quickly reading. I mean, kind of like a Luther Burden-esque player, but just kind of like an athletic, twitchy, screens, jet sweeps. I mean, I'm not super excited about the pick, but maybe Ben Johnson is going to, cook something up here.
At least going to Ben Johnson, at least you can give him the benefit of that. Like, all right, but he can do something with him. He did go to LSU, so LSU receiver, you got that also going for him.
I'm blown away that Chris Bell and Elijah Surratt are. Like, I expected Skylar Bell to potentially fall a bit here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know about that pick. I'm not stoked about it.
Mm.
But yeah, third fastest 40-yard dash at the combine.
That's never the kiss of death at all.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Wide receivers who run really fast but can't play wide receiver.
Yeah, he lined up in the backfield a lot.
That's a red flag.
There you go. Get the shovel, start digging the dirt. John Ross.
Yeah, played a lot in the return game, which is always great.
Probably where he's going to be.
Yeah.
That's it. They drafted a kick returner.
Yeah, and literally
some teams do that. They'll take a guy, just for special teams.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't need anything else. It's possible.
This is another guy Matt Harmon didn't chart. So
there we go.
All right.
Oh, we got a running back, Kalen Black to the 49ers.
The other Indiana running back, not Hemby.
What?
This is such a Kyle Shanahan thing to do.
Huh.
Oh,
This is, what do you think about Black?
I mean, he was plenty productive this past season. Once again, benefited from being in that Indiana offense. I liked more of what I saw out of Hemby, but I don't know if it really mattered. It just feels like another Niners late round running back in case Christian McCaffrey gets hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like I would maybe be excited about like Emmett Johnson because I do think he could fit that system well. But I mean, I think it's interesting, especially with the lack of running backs that have gone. But yeah, is it like does it really matter? It's tough to say.
I have to say, 49ers overall draft not very impressive this year, like at all. Very questionable.
I'll be honest, I didn't really look at him at all.
All three.
So I'm looking now. Not a pass catcher. Not going to catch passes.
No. He's like just a between the tackles guy, maybe a goal line guy, and he's. I mean, he wants somebody who's ready. He's 24 and a half already.
Yeah. He's just a tell me where to run and I'm going to run there guy.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think there's any dynasty value here. No, at all.
Maybe can take some of the goal line work, which I don't know what that means on this.
But
team.
You know he won't.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm like talking just to talk.
It's so many other running backs, and that's who they take.
Shanahan does this like every year. They're like, you know, are you worried about McCaffrey's usage? And yeah, we need to get other. And then he just says, nah, just give McCaffrey the ball 25 times.
Yeah, I don't love it. I mean, he's had over 1,000 rushing yards, scored 10 touchdowns last year, but I mean, that offense was just on fire. You know, I mean, like I talked about earlier, I liked Hemby, but you know, he had pretty similar production last year, so it's hard to criticize one and not the other. But I just felt like watching Hemby's film, it was far more explosive. So, but I don't know. It's Kyle Shanahan, so you know.
Yeah,
I'm shocked that I really felt like Jonah Coleman would be gone by now, even though teams aren't really taking running backs.
I feel like Shanahan has drafted a running back in the third round of every draft.
Yeah.
And none of them have panned out.
Oh, I was going to say, at what point do we not give these guys the benefit of the doubt? Like, you know, maybe the coaching aspect, but the draft, it's not always their thing. I know he's not the one only making the picks, like that Lynch involved, but yeah, this Niners draft it's not good this year.
I mean, Black wasn't even. Sorry, he wasn't even invited to the combine.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's his 40 time? We don't know. Don't know.
Yeah.
Got a couple of questions here. Andy wants to know if Rome on the trade block.
Why? Because they drafted a wide receiver? Like, I don't think so.
If anything, I would feel better about Rome Odunze right now.
Right.
Yeah, only when we know Pickens maybe because of the whole franchise tag thing, but Rome Odunze is fine. And Joe Rogers, favorite picks so far for best ball. I'm going to assume we're talking just rookies who have been drafted. So best ball, and we're also assuming you mean like best value picks.
I mean, well, if we're not doing the obvious, like one of the stud wide receivers or Jadarian Price, I like Antonio. I'm probably going to be irrationally high on Antonio Williams.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I would say him and Malachi Fields. There's an argument for Branch or Lane, maybe Brazil, but like some of those I think could be contingent on, like Brazil, contingent on an injury to another receiver. But also I think it's going to take a week or so to really see, like, in terms of best ball, where the rookies shake out in terms of where they're being drafted before we can really determine what's good value and not good value. But
yeah, my guess is Ted Hurst is not going to get a big bump because he wasn't, like a guy that got a lot of buzz, and people are going to be like, oh, they already have Nick Millen, Nick Buka, Godwin. But I think he has a clear path here to maybe not weekly consistency, but weekly upside.
And Caleb Douglas.
Wow.
He's going to go from undrafted. He's going to get drafted now, though.
Yeah. I mean, there's an argument there, especially if he's going late enough.
Wait, didn't the Raiders just sign one of the best centers in football?
Yes.
And now they just drafted a center. Maybe they're going to move him. Maybe they feel like they can move him.
Could be. Another A&M. There have been a ton of A&M. Like we talk about Ohio State. There have been a ton of A&M players taken too.
Yeah, they had a good season last year, although it was mostly defensive, it felt like.
Yeah, they're one of those teams, like, who knows what they could have done if they didn't. Who did they lose? They lost in the playoff. Who did they lose to? I forget. The first round? It was a really good team. Who was it?
Wasn't it? I will find out for you.
Just like Ohio State. Man, there's so many good pro players.
I mean, I could tell you who he's talking about.
Oh, sorry. It was Miami.
Wow. A&M and Ohio State. Wow, that's crazy.
That's right.
Anyways.
That's right. I will say, going back to the best ball question, wherever Emmett Johnson and Elijah Surratt land, it's going to be good value.
Best picks.
These guys get drafted.
They will get drafted.
I mean, the good news is there are 4 rounds tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah. The Cowboys.
They'll get drafted eventually.
Cowboys draft another Micah Parsons replacement.
Yep. All right, Rams on the clock. So they've gone QB tight end so far.
I will say, in all seriousness, if the Rams were to go Surratt here, I think it would be a fantastic landing spot. Even if his rookie season might be stifled with Adams and Puka there.
And Max Clare.
Sorry. But yeah, we got interesting teams if they stay put. Rams, Dolphins, Pats, Hawks, Vikings twice, Steelers, the Jags. So, and the Bills have the first pick of the 4th round, and I could see them.
Aren't there also comp picks? Oh, they've got him here. There's 1, 2, 3. There's 4 comp picks. So Vikings have 2 comp picks.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
The Jags have a comp pick, and the Steelers. That's why there's 36 picks in this round.
Yeah, I was gonna say we still got a few more. We're gonna stick it out, unless you want to quit after 32. It's up to you.
No.
It's like
I'm gonna sit here until Elijah Surratt is drafted.
he's gonna. Sure, he's gonna be over. He's not gonna move.
You're gonna be in that exact same spot for the next 12 hours until tomorrow morning starts.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like the commitment.
Yeah.
All right, Rams. They're announcing the Rams pick.
Chris Bell would also make a lot of. It's a tackle. Never mind. Keegan Trost out of Missouri. I guess that's good for the Rams' offensive players,
Yes.
even though it's not exciting. All right, Dolphins back up.
Oh, goody.
All right, what can they do here?
You never know. You never know. But seriously, secondary would make sense.
Yeah, they could get McCoy. He's still there.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
that makes perfect sense for a team if you really want to commit to the tank, or at least,
Yeah.
like, hey,
Right?
why not?
You got a Miami corner available.
Hey,
Dante
actually, you know what? It hasn't been taken. I'm pretty sure he hasn't. Is Keontae Scott? That would be a great pick, and he's expected to go around this range.
Yeah,
there you go. Make it happen, and it won't, of course. But it's commercial.
Yeah, I'm looking at Niners fans' reactions.
Chris Bell to the Dolphins.
Oh, wow.
Don't tease me. Don't.
No, for real, Chris Bell.
I like it.
I mean, I like Chris Bell.
Our Jalen
like
Tolbert.
Dolphins.
Yeah, Jalen Tolbert out the window now.
Forget we talked about that, guys.
Sell.
Oh,
you
man.
know I'm on board with it. I love me some Chris Bell. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
this answers the question. Where was it? Favorite pick for best ball? Chris Bell. There it is.
Ah, jeez.
So
Really, targets unless they draft like 3 more receivers in the next couple rounds.
When the only argument is who else do they have to throw to?
No, but also I like him. Like, he's actually, right, John, back me up. You like him too, right? He's a good prospect.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't get hurt, he would at least be in like the Denzel Boston range at worst, if not higher. So, I mean, once again, I don't love this landing spot. He now has some competition from his new rookie teammate. But yeah, I like Chris Bell a lot. I really do. If he hadn't got hurt November, I mean, he was having a monster year. So, yeah. I mean, we all knew the Dolphins were probably going to draft some receiver help.
And they finally did.
Yeah. So it's just, how, was the rehab looking like? Is he going to be ready to go in terms of like early training camps, rookie camp, all that? But he's got tons of upside. Absolutely. And then once again, the question mark of Malik Willis being the starting quarterback.
Thank you.
Comes into play.
Is anybody gonna bring up the real issue here?
Yeah.
Dolphins, defensive-minded, slow-paced offense with Malik Willis. But
true. But in best ball, it doesn't matter.
But I still have him. I have him in that third tier, and I'm gonna put him to the top of the third tier ahead of Ted Hurst, because especially in Dynasty, there is a pretty good chance the Dolphins actually have a quarterback next year.
Yeah.
All right. If you hate Malik Willis, that's fine. That's fair.
Actually, Malik Willis seems like a great guy. I just don't like my wide receivers getting the ball thrown to them from
in fantasy. Hate him for fantasy. All right, I get that. That's fine. But no, legit, like, I don't think Chris Bell is going to wind up being like a number 1 receiver, necessarily. That's not what he's built to do even. But I think he could be a really quality number 2 guy, and he has explosiveness. That's what I like. He's got yak ability, and he wasn't used to his full potential, I think, at Louisville. But he's got upside. He's got a lot of potential. That's why I like that. Like, kind of like Hurst. Not the same exact type of player, but similar. You know what I mean? Like, we could see more. And that's like if Bell gets The other Bell, Skylar Bell, goes to the right spot. Same thing, right? You know, there's something to work with here. There we go. Now they're showing the highlights. Well, I remember that one. Watching that.
All right, Patriots drafted tight end Eli Raridon.
Tight end.
Another tight end off the board.
Is from Notre Dame.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's definitely another blocking tight end. Especially after what happened in the Super Bowl, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, he has some potential for receiving, but he's
torn his right ACL twice.
That's not good.
All right, he's going in the.
Yeah. He's still got Hunter Henry there.
Like, you know, you don't actually have to rank every tight end that gets drafted. Like, you don't have to.
Well, they'll probably end up out of the rankings.
It's making up for the lack of running backs drafted tonight.
Yeah, I mean, right now I don't even have 30. We don't even have 36 guys ranked. Like, we don't even have 36 offensive skill position rookies drafted yet.
No.
So we don't even have a 3-round rookie draft yet. That's crazy.
Like,
yeah, no running backs win the second round, which hasn't happened since 2003.
Yeah,
However,
we only have 33 skill position rookies drafted, and 30 of them are tight ends.
So if like you put together like 3 of these blocking tight ends, it like equals one running back. Is that like how it works? Or like
yes.
But yeah, I mean, I think the Dolphins did make a very good pick there with Chris Bell.
Yes, I actually do like that pick long term for the Dolphins.
The bigger question is, how does Caleb Douglas affect this?
Yeah, what does this do for his upside? Got to move him down in one spot.
Watch him be like the next, Puka.
That would be amazing. Which, by the way, you know what? We should have just led with that from the very beginning. The very first thing, as soon as you're gonna, all right, who's this year's Puka? Who's the next Puka? Tell me.
Caleb Douglas, apparently.
Caleb Douglas. And then who else? There have to be multiple of this year's Pukas.
Multiple.
Every year there has to be the next Puka. But we haven't been drafted yet. No, because this year's Puka has to be like a 6th or 7th round pick.
Yeah, wasn't Puka like a 5th round pick?
Yeah, so who 5th round? Okay. So who is it? Who's not been drafted yet? That's the next Puka.
I mean, we've got 2 guys I like, Skylar Bell and Elijah Surratt. But
see,
if we're going to move under that, really the only players that I've anyway looked at are Bryce Lance, Josh Cameron, and then I do like Eric McAllister, but he had like some off the field thing happen like in the last.
Yeah, the thing with Bryce Lance, I like Bryce Lance too, but he definitely does not fit the Puka mold. He's like a downfield speed guy.
Like a speed guy.
Yeah, it's so thin that I'm just like naming who's left.
Yeah,
that's right. Eric McAllister broke his foot at his pro day. So I don't know if he's gonna get drafted, but I liked him a lot as like a later round guy, but he's a big question mark now. But yeah, I mean, in terms of more of like a slot receiver, I still really like Skylar Bell. I'm actually kind of surprised he's still available.
Yeah. All right. There you go. Anybody who's still watching, you heard it. John guarantees Skylar Bell is the next Puka Nacua. Got it.
I feel like, every year we're going to have this same, like, who's the next Puka? And that
was like a once in a decade situation.
I will say, I was in on Puka as a rookie.
until this year. All right, we got 4 picks left. 2 of them are the Vikings back to back. The Seahawks get another pick, and then the Jags, who still have a chance to do right and take a running back.
Jennings Dunker finally got picked. Fan favorite out of Iowa.
Yes.
Good spot. The Steelers, it fits them.
Yep.
Pick is
We
in
got
the first
Vikings,
pick.
Vikings, Seahawks, Jaguars to finish, assuming no trades.
Yeah. They teased us. They said the pick is in, and we went to commercial. So,
Of course.
but they
This
know it's
draft
a
could have
bad-
been over an hour ago, but ESPN's got to run all their commercials.
Yep.
Yeah, I know I'm beating a dead horse, but if we don't see Surratt, Skylar Bell, then I'm still going to say Coleman, Emmett Johnson, and Mike Washington gone. Those would be the names I'm eyeing tomorrow. And you do have some, like the Bills first round or first pick in the 4th round. You have the Broncos picking pretty early. You still have the Raiders. You could go with a player like Surratt. So there's some names here, even going in tomorrow, that could be relevant. But we're definitely thinning out. Emmett Johnson, if he lands to the right team here a little bit later, I won't be shocked if he has some sort of production this year.
Yep. Yeah, he's probably the one, if I had to pick one, that could do something in the right spot. I like him the most.
So there's
Just needs to actually get drafted by a team.
Yeah.
Step 1. Phase 1, get drafted. Phase 2, question mark. Phase 3, profit.
We saw a lot of Jonah Coleman linked to the Vikings, so
Now, they correct me if I'm wrong. Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason are still technically there, aren't they?
yes.
Okay. But is there like an out for Aaron Jones?
I don't know what his contract looks like. Let's see. Yeah, so
I know
he's under contract through this year.
Okay. So I know he's not what he used to be. It's pretty obvious, but I think they do still have him for what that's worth.
And then Jordan Mason is also only on contract through this year. So that's why.
All right. So they could take a guy to kind of sit and develop. And makes sense. McCoy's still available.
Yeah.
We still, other than that, which makes sense because of the injury concern, no, I don't think there was anybody this whole draft that really was a huge surprising drop. Nobody expected first rounder that, went to the 7th round, like Shooter Sanders or anything crazy. Not a lot of big twists and turns this year.
No, it's just this is a pretty bad class overall in comparison to recent classes and what we're going to have next year.
I know. I'm already looking forward to 2027.
Yeah.
It's a deep class.
All right, here comes the Vikings pick. You got back-to-back. You might as well just announce them both together. All right, Caleb Tiernan.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Very. 2 offensive tackles.
He was one of the best available on the big board, according to Mo Kiper. So I guess this is a good value pick. Went to Northwestern, so he doesn't have to change the color of his jersey. There's that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Vikings have been just going linebacker and lineman.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess they got to protect Kyler, so
definitely. And here's their next pick.
It's a safety
Safety.
out of Miami.
Yeah, pick safety out of Miami.
Keontae Scott? No. Jacoby Thomas went before Scott? That's surprising. Very surprising. I wonder why Scott hasn't been drafted yet. No, it's not a bad pick. Didn't think he would get taken this high, but there you go. Not a bad pick. They're going defense heavy again.
Well, I am absolutely bummed that Jonah Coleman and Emmett Johnson did not get drafted tonight. And Elijah
I
Sorrell.
mean, we could basically say only 2 running backs have been drafted. Like, let's be real. Like,
yeah, it's
Kayla Black. Nah.
Yeah,
exactly.
The only thing I can think of is that Scott's older, but he's pretty good. He's a playmaker. Don't you want a guy who's ready to, play right away, like experienced? Guess not. Seahawks.
All right. Seahawks go another corner. Makes sense. It's up to the Jags.
I'm starting to think that the Jags are not going to draft a running back.
No.
Unless it's like, far later on. Which would raise Chris Rodriguez significantly in terms of value.
Yep.
Or Tootin, yeah, whoever you believe in.
It'll probably be some 50-50 split.
Yeah, almost definitely. Well, one more pick, and that puts a bow on day 2. Be maybe some fantasy relevant players, depending on where they get drafted tomorrow. We'll see what happens. But well, thank you, everyone.
I know these guys will get drafted. It's just a matter of where.
Yeah. And then we get the job and start breaking all this down and actually rank all the non-blocking tight ends and all the running backs who go in round 6 and 7 and see if they matter and then figure out what it means for the other players. And I think to me, that's always the most interesting part, isn't just like, well, what do we think about this, rookie running back who got drafted late? What does that mean for the guy who was the number 2 or 3 running back on that team, the domino effect, and what could it mean? So that's where it gets interesting. We talk about the veterans, guys who lost the draft. I always like doing that one. So,
yep,
we have it all.
All right, so Jags end it with a safety, Jalen Husky out of Maryland.
Perfect. That's awesome. All right. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But well, thank you everyone who's been watching, and then of course not just the fancy endgame, but the dynasty endgame. We're gonna have a lot to talk about on there too. Any parting words before we log off?
No. Bring on the 2027 rookie class. I'm ready.
There you go, John.
Just remember, Elijah Surratt is the GOAT. Doesn't matter who drafts him now. He's going to be the best receiver in this class. So,
yep. All right.
There you go. And get a pillow. I'm going to be sleeping in that chair until he gets drafted. Yeah. Cannot be
move. Comfortable.
You're committed. All right. Well, there you go. End of day 2. Thanks everyone for watching, and we'll see you later.